Every city hides secrets. But what happens when silence itself becomes the deadliest weapon? Tonight you'll step inside a world of riddles, murders, and a truth so dark it was never meant to be heard. Welcome to Dark Pulse. You're watching the Nightfall Killer. Tell me in the comments where and when you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share if you love suspenseful murder mysteries, psychological thrillers, and crime stories. Under the weight of the unknown. The morning the city woke in fear began without a sunrise. A heavy fog clung to the skyline, swallowing glass towers and muffling the distant hum of traffic. Patrol cars screamed through empty industrial streets toward the abandoned warehouse on the edge of the shipping district. No one could say who called 911. The line had been dead air, only shallow breathing and a faint mechanical buzz before it disconnected. But whatever waited inside had the force to change the city forever. Detective Mariah Sloan was the first to step through the rusted metal doors, flashlight cutting through the foggy interior. The beam caught dust motes hanging in the air, swirling in silence. The silence itself was unnatural. No sound of pigeons, no dripping pipes, just an absence that pressed against her ears. Her partner, Detective Evan Mercer, followed behind, hand on his holster, eyes narrowed, and then the smell hit them. Sharp, sterile, the sting of citrus antiseptic that belonged in an operating room, not a derelict warehouse. Sloan's light stopped on the first figure. A man sat bound to a steel chair in the center of the floor, silk tie still knotted against his chest, suit jacket immaculate despite the grotesque scene. His head hung forward, chin dark with dried blood, throat opened with a cut too precise to be rage. It was surgical. Steady hand, single stroke, no hesitation. Mercer muttered under his breath, "God." But the horror had another layer. 10 feet away, another man was lashed to a support column with industrial straps. He was alive, shaking, lips pale, eyes wide with a blank panic that looked worse than terror itself. The gag had been removed, but when Mercer crouched and asked, "What's your name?" the man only blinked. His mouth opened once, twice, but no sound came. Doctors would later call it amnesia, severe, near total. But in that first moment, all Sloan could see was a man who looked erased. Then the riddles. Scattered across the concrete floor were dozens of cards, index-sized, their edges curling as though handled many times. Sloan bent, gloved fingers lifting one. Elegant handwriting arced across in black ink. What is justice when truth is hidden? Another card read, "Where does a mask learn to breathe?" Symbols appeared on others. An Ouroboros, an hourglass, a set of scales drawn blindfolded, arranged in no pattern. Yet when Sloan took a step back, she saw they weren't random at all. The cards formed a checkerboard spread across the floor, 32 squares faintly chalked beneath them. Mercer's voice was low. He staged this. The dead man's identity was confirmed before noon. Graham Ulrich, a private banker whose name slid quietly behind luxury developments and political donations. To the public, he was untouchable wealth. To the detectives, he was the first victim in what the press had already dubbed a true crime nightmare. The living captive was harder. No wallet, no ID. Fingerprints ran clean, no criminal record, no registered address. His scans showed needle marks in both arms, traces of sedatives still lingering in his blood. A cocktail meant not to kill, but to confuse, to erase memory. The ER staff noted the saline smell, the precision of dosage. Whoever did this knew medicine intimately. By afternoon, the commissioner's office was choking with press. Reporters demanded answers, shouting about serial killer stories and unsolved murders stalking the city. The mayor's aides demanded progress before evening broadcasts. Families of bankers and CEOs called private numbers, terrified they'd be next. And still the detectives had nothing but riddles. Mercer dropped into his chair in the incident room, eyes bloodshot. These things. He stabbed a finger at the photo array of index cards. They're not just philosophy, they're clues. He wants us to follow them. Sloane shook her head. Or he wants us to think we can. Every card looks simple, that's the trick. They're traps. Hours passed with analysts mapping symbols, trying codes, chasing Nietzsche references and fragments of Bentham. None of it held water. The riddles bent just enough towards sense to lead them in circles. And the survivor, nicknamed John Doe 1, sat silent in his hospital room, unable to recall even the shape of his own life. When a therapist asked him what he smelled before waking in the warehouse, he whispered, "Orange peel metal," and then fell into trembling silence. Sloane stood by the window that night, city lights flickering under the fog. She replayed the scene in her mind. The banker's silk tie, the antiseptic scent, the erased man, the chessboard of riddles. This wasn't frenzy. This wasn't revenge. It was theater. And somewhere in the city, the killer was already planning the next act. The warehouse on Riverfront Avenue was sealed for 48 hours, guarded like a fortress, yet its silence echoed far beyond the police tape. Reporters camped in vans outside, their headlines screaming, "Elite banker murdered in ritual scene," and "Serial killer story grips city." At precinct headquarters, every corridor buzzed with rumor and dread. This wasn't just another homicide. It had the shape of something bigger, something that would not stop. Detective Mariah Sloane hadn't slept in 30 hours. She sat at a metal desk, photographs of Graham Ulrich's body spread in neat rows, the index cards placed between them like chess pieces. She kept staring at the same one. What does a wound forget? The handwriting was steady, elegant, confident. It was the kind of hand that belonged to someone educated, meticulous, perhaps even arrogant enough to see murder as philosophy. Evan Mercer leaned against the wall, sipping cold coffee. "He's taunting us, Mariah. These aren't just riddles, they're performance art. He wants us to dance to his rhythm," Mariah replied flatly. "And if we refuse?" "Then another body shows up," Mercer said. His voice carried no doubt. "He's already planned the encore." They both knew he was right. Forensic reports added layers, but no clarity. The banker's wound was clean, almost surgical, and the binding knots were identical to those used in operating theaters to secure surgical tubing. No fingerprints, no DNA, no shoe impressions. Even the warehouse floor had been mopped in places, as if the killer wanted to erase only what mattered and leave behind what confused. John Doe 1, the bound survivor, remained the only living witness, but he was locked inside fog. Doctors confirmed memory loss from deliberate chemical interference, possibly benzodiazepines combined with short-acting anesthetics. Enough to dissolve weeks, maybe months. A crime scene psychiatrist called it engineered amnesia, and the phrase stuck. Mariah visited the hospital late that night. The man sat upright in bed, wrists bandaged, eyes staring into a muted television showing breaking news about his own discovery. When she asked if he recognized the victim, he shook his head slowly. When she asked his name, he whispered, "I don't know." Her pen hovered. "Do you remember anything before waking up?" He hesitated, then said softly, "Water dripping, metal footsteps, and something sweet, like oranges." Mariah leaned forward. "Did you see a face?" Silence. He lowered his eyes, hands trembling. Only a voice. Calm. He said, "Let's see what the wound remembers." The words sent a shiver across Mariah's spine. She knew then that the killer wasn't just taking lives. He was writing lines of dialogue for his victims. A psychological thriller unfolding in real time. By dawn, media had a name for him. The Riddler of Nightfall. Talk shows speculated about cults, organized crime, even political conspiracies. Families of other bankers demanded private security details, terrified they might be next. The mayor's office called Mariah's captain every hour, demanding updates that didn't exist. Public pressure boiled, and the detectives found themselves not only chasing a killer but defending their competence. Inside the task force room, chaos reigned. Analysts pinned the riddle cards on a board, trying to decode patterns. One believed the symbols matched city maps. Another saw them as references to philosophical texts. None of the theories aligned. Mercer slammed his fist on the table. "We're chasing ghosts. He knows we can't solve these riddles because they're not meant to be solved. They're meant to make us look stupid," Mariah countered, "or they're meant to show us something we're not ready to see. Either way, every clue pulls us deeper into his theater." That evening, the commissioner held a press conference. Cameras flashed, microphones thrust forward. "The police department is treating this as a top priority investigation into an unsolved murder with unique circumstances," he said carefully. Reporters shouted questions. "Do you believe this is the start of a serial killer story? Is the public in danger?" The commissioner dodged, but the fear was already spreading. Social media burned with hashtags: Nightfall Killer, unsolved murders, elite society crimes. In private, the commissioner told Mariah and Mercer, "If you don't deliver progress in 72 hours, I'll bring in federal partners. The mayor wants this contained before it kills his re-election." It wasn't just about solving murders anymore. It was politics. Back at the crime scene, Maria huddled with a forensic tech who had been combing the floor under UV light. "Found something," he murmured, pointing to faint chalk outlines beneath the cards. Squares, 32 of them, forming a checkerboard pattern. Each card had been placed exactly on an intersection. Mariah frowned. "A game board," the tech nodded grimly. "But what kind of game?" Mercer later said it aloud in the squad car. "He's playing chess with us, except we don't know the rules, and every move costs a life." For the first time, Mariah felt a chill, not from the murders themselves, but from the realization that the killer was already several moves ahead. The pressure mounted as news stations replayed Ulrich's smiling charity photos beside images of the crime scene. To the public, the banker had been a pillar of society. But Mariah couldn't shake the thought. Pillars often cast the longest shadows. She requested a deep dive into Ulrich's personal and financial history. What she found wasn't shocking. It was predictable. Shell companies, questionable donations, connections to construction moguls under federal review. Yet none of that explained why he had been murdered in such a ritualized fashion, or why someone else had been kept alive beside him. The riddles seemed to whisper of judgment, of secrets buried, and of truth suppressed. Which is heavier, a lie told to the mirror or a truth swallowed whole? Read one. To the detectives, it felt like a message. To the public, it was a mystery to obsess over. Meanwhile, John Doe 1's condition drew national attention. Experts debated on television whether memory could truly be erased or whether trauma had forced his mind to retreat. Some called him the forgotten witness, others the living riddle. He became a symbol, proof that this killer wasn't just targeting individuals but the city's sense of reality itself. Late at night, Mariah drove back to the warehouse alone, headlights sweeping over graffiti-tagged walls. She stood at the center of the crime scene, staring at the chalked checkerboard and empty straps where the captive had been tied. The silence pressed heavy against her ears. She closed her eyes and imagined the dripping water, the antiseptic citrus, the calm voice saying, "Let's see what the wound remembers." Her gut told her one thing. This was only the opening act, and somewhere in the city another victim was already marked. By the second morning, the city wore panic like a borrowed coat, ill-fitting and too heavy to deny. Talk radio fed rumor. Cable anchors said a psychological thriller had bled into real life. A columnist said the case was a riddle the city must solve or keep fearing an unseen hand. Coffee went bitter while printers spat lab notes that refused to answer. Mariah Sloan watched the whiteboard fill until it looked less like a map and more like a fever. Ulrich's timeline: meetings, calls, a charity dinner, then a vanishing hour. Cameras nearby were selectively blind, one smeared lens, one unplugged recorder, two angles blocked by a truck on no manifest. Precision by someone who knew procedure and how to undo it. Evan Mercer arrived from the hospital with an update on John Doe 1. He slept, Mercer said. Night terrors at 3:13. Woke screaming about dripping, forgot by 3:14. Any new words? He shook his head. He reached for a name that wasn't there. We need a clean angle, something that isn't poetry, Mariah said. The chief arrived with a press liaison and a 3-point ultimatum. Daily briefings with measurable progress. Bring in an external profiler. Prepare for federal partners with a lead. Mercer waited until the door closed, then let out a breath that shook. Translation: a famous doctor who can smile on TV. Call the best one, Mariah said. If this becomes theater, we don't skip rehearsal. Copy, he dialed. He's available. Late afternoon, they met the renowned psychiatrist in a humming conference room. He entered without hurry, immaculate suit, faint citrus. He listened, then spoke in measured sentences about the warehouse and the riddles. Your subject is staging control. He offers puzzles that seem solvable and then deform. Mercer frowned. Educator? Each scene is a lesson. The living captive proves testimony can be present and still unreachable. The riddles prove logic can be invited and still fail. We need logistics, not themes, Mariah said. How does he erase memory without footprints? Ultra-short agents, careful timings, or scrupulous aftercare, the doctor replied. A clinician's hands or someone who studied them closely. Don't use ethics as your map. They left with a neat folder and a gnawing sense the case had grown a second narrative, their competence on trial. Outside, cameras flared. Detective, are you closing in? Mariah said. We follow evidence. Evidence arrived like a whisper. A chemist carried in a vial and a printout. The citrus note isn't generic. It's surgical prep favored in boutique ambulatory suites. Also, micro traces of polymer used in soundproof curtain lining. That plus the chalked board, your guy plans acoustics and optics. They split the clinic list. Teams moved through glass lobbies with calm music, checked logs, peered into labeled drawers. Everything gleamed. Everything matched brochures. Locks, forms, cameras, perfect compliance. No gaps a judge would love, no fingerprints for a true crime headline. Mariah wrote no footprints and underlined it twice. Night fell. She and Mercer returned to the warehouse to walk it dark, no lights but their beams. She tried to hear what had lived there when fear was fresh, the soft scuff of a shoe, the drip of a slow leak, the echo of metal. She spoke into the air as if testing narration for her own mind. He seats the victim. He binds the witness where he can see but not move. He lays the cards like he's setting a table. He cleans, he cuts, but he watches the clock because precision is part of the liturgy. Then he leaves not with a rush, but with a conclusion. Mercer swept his light across the chalked squares. Why a board? So we know we are being played. She crouched, fingertip tracing a faint scuff. Or so he knows he is. They stood a long time without talking. How do you hunt a person who believes murder is curriculum? You don't outthink his theater with more theater. You starve it with ordinary details until even his poetry looks like receipts. before dawn, a junior analyst pinged Mariah with a pattern that wasn't yet a pattern. Overlapping cell pings near high net worth districts when victims were last seen, followed by silences 30 to 40 minutes long, then reappearance near zones with poor cameras. A route plated in discretion, thin but a spine for the morning. By 10, the mayor's office wanted the words progress and safety. The press wanted blood. "They'll forgive us anything except thinking," Mercer muttered. "Then we'll make thinking look like labor," Mariah said. They released nothing about the captive beyond his condition. They urged vigilance without vigilantes, asked for tips and patience. Comments still flooded. Conspiracy maps, numerology, accusations that police protected the powerful. The city performed its own riddle. At dusk, Mariah visited John Doe 1 again. He stared at a blank wall as if expecting it to speak. She read the neutral facts they knew: approximate age, probable occupation from calluses, a small scar under the jaw. After a while, he said, "When I try to remember, I'm running toward a door that keeps moving." "Keep running," she said. "One day it will stick." He nodded, then asked, "Do you think I was a good person?" "I think you are a person someone harmed." When she left, the hallway smelled like lemon cleaner and boiled coffee. For a heartbeat, the citrus note braided with memory, and the case felt everywhere at once. Warehouse, clinic, corridor, and the thin air between a voice and a riddle. Back at the precinct, Mercer had a lever. Ulrich's calendar is full of wellness placeholders, coaching, resilience, optimization, all routed through an intermediary that anonymizes providers. Others use the same vendor. No names, just shells. "So the help is real," she said, "and the footprint is smoke." "Exactly." They stared at the board. The case didn't expand, it deepened, like stepping off a lit curb into a well. A killer curated scenes like exhibits. Victims from elite society hid private storms. A living witness's mind had been turned to snow. Riddles fluttered between theater and logistics, hands steady enough to cut a throat like a straight line in the dark. Close to midnight, Mariah wrote a line. "Follow the ordinary, not the riddles, not the theater." Delivery routes, cleaning services, HVAC. She took the dullest list and felt steadiness return. It changed nothing. Yet. Outside, fog rolled off the river and laid its wet hand on the city. A neon sign sputtered. A siren passed like a thought someone couldn't catch. Mariah pulled her coat tight and looked at the skyline. Somewhere beyond condensation, a person tuned a metronome and called it justice. The night did not end. It only turned the page. The second morning of the investigation began not with discovery, but with dissection. Dissection of riddles, of rumors, of pressure. The warehouse was sealed, but its echoes spilled everywhere. Talk shows debated the cards more than the corpse. Internet forums traded theories like currency. Some said the killer was an anarchist philosopher. Others claimed secret societies. One thread insisted the city was witnessing a morality play, a true crime story staged for a national audience. Detectives Mariah Sloan and Evan Mercer ignored the noise as best they could, but even inside the task force room, screens flickered with speculation. Analysts pinned the riddle cards in rows, color-coded by symbol and phrase. A graduate in philosophy drafted as a consultant announced that the quotes leaned heavily on Nietzsche's notes on guilt and Bentham's calculus of utility. "The killer is referencing moral philosophers," he said. "He wants you to chase the meaning." Mercer cut him short. "Or he wants us to waste time." Mariah's gaze lingered on one card in particular. Which is heavier, a lie told to the mirror or a truth swallowed whole? Its elegant curve mocked them. "They're questions without answers," she said. "That's the point. We can't win the riddle. We're supposed to drown in it." Still, they had to try. A team traced symbols to landmarks. The Ouroboros matched a fountain sculpture. The hourglass resembled a courthouse statue. The blindfolded scales echoed the city seal. Each lead sent detectives into empty spaces, plazas, libraries, parking decks. Nothing but tourists, pigeons, and dust. The killer had designed them to mimic maps, but every location ended in a dead street. Meanwhile, Mercer began working through Graham Ulrich's contacts. The banker's phone history was a nest of encrypted calls routed through shell companies. His emails hinted at backroom deals tied to elite society crimes, shady real estate transactions, campaign donations funneled through charities. None of it pointed to a serial killer, but it deepened the sense that Ulrich's spotless public face had been a mask. Reporters smelled blood in every angle. "Did the banker's secret life bring the killer?" they shouted outside headquarters. "Is the Nightfall Killer exposing elite corruption?" The pressure was relentless. The mayor demanded visible progress, insisting that without answers, panic could ripple through markets, through neighborhoods, through every corner of the city. But the living witness, the so-called forgotten man, offered no clarity. John Doe 1 sat in his hospital bed with vacant eyes, clutching at fragments of sensation. When a therapist asked what he remembered, he whispered, "Orange peel, metal, and a voice." He said, "We'll see what the wound remembers." Mariah stood at his bedside that evening, voice calm but eyes sharp. "Do you remember anything else? A sound? A smell?" The man shook his head. "Just dripping, and footsteps, then nothing." It was enough to send another tremor through the task force. Why leave a man alive, stripped of his own past? Why pair death with living erasure? Was the killer mocking the justice system, proving that truth could be present but unreachable? Or was he building a story that only he could finish? By nightfall, the press had already crowned him a mastermind. They didn't call him a butcher. They called him an artist, a philosopher. The serial killer story that made sense of chaos. For investigators, it was poison, every headline turning the killer into a myth. And then, the case twisted again. At 11:42 p.m., a burner phone lit up the tip line. A calm, mechanical voice read coordinates, then hung up. When traced, the phone was already dead. The coordinates pointed to a luxury spa in the city's financial district. Teams rushed. The spa was empty, pristine, water still steaming in its pools. Nothing human, nothing broken. Just a single index card taped to a mirror. On it, in the same elegant hand, the words, "When the courtroom is closed, where do the verdicts go?" Mercer tore it down and stared at his reflection in the glass. His jaw tightened. He's watching us chase. He's writing the script as we play the parts. Mariah folded the card into an evidence bag, her voice steady but low. Then we changed the play. We stopped following riddles. But they both knew the killer wouldn't let them quit. So they tried to quit the riddles, and the riddles refused to quit them. By morning, the task force room buzzed with printers and caffeine. The mayor wanted victory talk. The commissioner wanted a suspect. The public wanted a villain and a curfew. Mariah Sloan built quiet inside the storm. She spread maps and logistics instead of metaphors. Supply chains for surgical prep, courier routes for boutique pharmacies, delivery windows for soundproofing materials. "Follow the ordinary," she told Evan Mercer. "The showman still shops somewhere." "Ordinary's a wide ocean," Mercer said, flipping vendor lists. "But currents leave lines." They rode those currents through phone trees and front desks that spoke in scented air and non-disclosure clauses. Half the wellness world ran on reputation and invoices without names. The other half sold serenity in recyclable glass. At noon, the renowned psychiatrist's memo arrived, crisp and cool. "Escalation is likely. Expect another scene framed as moral instruction. The captives negate testimony. The murderer composes a psychological thriller disguised as ethical inquiry. Do not let the riddles dictate your map. Mercer snorted. He writes like a cathedral. Mariah folded the memo. Even cathedrals have exit signs. They canvassed again. Condo basements where HVAC hummed like sleep. Spa lobbies where eucalyptus fog turned worry into scent. Private garages lined with cars the color of coins. A concierge whispered that high-profile clients had requested off-record mental reset sessions. No clinicians named, just a mobile retreat with a pastel logo and an email that now bounced. Ghosts in designer shoes, Mercer said. Find the previous address, Mariah said. The address pointed to a co-working suite sublet to a shell. Inside, a dead fern, an unplugged router, citrus wipes gone dull. A councilman pushed federalizing. A columnist ranked philosophical killers by book sales. Mariah kept returning to John Doe 1's line. Let's see what the wound remembers. It sounded less like menace than doctrine. But doctrine didn't place orders, didn't lift knives, didn't erase a man's past with chemistry. Logistics, she said in the car. Our zealot pays for things. Mercer waved receipts. Or launders behind wellness shells. Dusk crawled down glass towers. The river took the city's light and turned it into a dark ribbon. Mariah's phone vibrated. A tip line flag. Not a rant. Not a theory. A GPS pin stamped with a mechanical window. 0.09. No voice, no callback. They were 3 blocks away. The pin led to a brick pump house at the river's bend, a utility shed dressed as a relic. The door was unlatched. Inside, humidity closed the throat. Pipes climbed the walls like metal vines. Lights up, Mariah said. A woman in an evening dress sat against a pipe, wrists bound with white nylon. The ligature bite along her neck had the same straight certainty. The cut was clinical, decisive, clean. No rage, just verdict. 10 feet away, a man was strapped to a handrail with cargo belts, gag loose on his chest, eyes glazed and pleading in a language the mouth couldn't form. Alive, Mercer said. John Doe 2. Index cards tracked the concrete in a spiral toward the woman. Mariah read, "What is a debt that silence pays?" Then, "Who teaches a mirror to lie?" A third showed an Ouroboros, hand steady as a ruler. "Same hand," she said. "Same theater." Forensic techs worked fast and hushed. The antiseptic citrus rode the air like a ghost. The captive's vitals were stable, pupils slow, veins punctured cleanly. A doctor murmured, "Different sedative mix, same effect. Memory out." Mercer photographed, then knelt by the captive. "Can you hear me? Do you know your name?" The man shook, blinked, tried, failed. When the gag slipped to the floor, he whispered air, not words. Tears came without sound. The victim's wallet lay in an evening clutch tucked beneath a pipe lip, visible enough to be found, hidden enough to feel placed. ID named her Elena Park, compliance officer, Fund World, a phone number labeled sister. Mariah made the call from the doorway because the rushing in her ears needed sky. A woman answered, hope first. The hope broke as gently as Mariah could let it. She agreed to come identify. Within 2 hours, the pump house swarmed. Crime scene whites, river gnats, were the bureaucracy of sorrow. Mercer found 2 fibers on Elena's hem. Sleek, synthetic, high thread count. The lab later whispered bespoke microfiber used in luxury soundproof curtains. A match to a brand installed across downtown towers. Another haystack, Mercer said. Haystacks catch needles, Mariah answered. They moved John Doe 2 to the secure ward. Different face, same absence. Asked what he remembered, he gasped. Water, plinking, orange, and a lullaby I can't keep. He clutched his head like the tune was trapped behind bone. Elena's sister arrived at midnight, shoulders squared by something older than courage. She looked at the body and made a sound without syllables. Later, in a small room with bad coffee, she told Mariah about panic spells Elena hid from co-workers and friends. She'd leave dinners, say it was emails. She never wanted to be seen cracking. She said the men at work smelled weakness. Was she in treatment? Mariah asked. She said no. A pause. Which means yes. Why hide it from you? She hid everything private from everyone. That was how she felt safe, Mercer pressed gently. Did she mention a doctor, a retreat, a coach? A program, the sister said. She called it a reset. She never gave a name, only said it was discreet and effective. The word discreet touched metal in the room. Outside, sirens braided with river hush. The city's fear found a second pulse. Commentators christened a pattern. Hashtags multiplied. In the incident room, the psychiatrist's second memo awaited, cool, kind. The murderer curates cognitive theater. He pairs elite victims with erased witnesses to demonstrate the poverty of memory and the bankruptcy of status. He will escalate until he believes the city understands. Do not let him select the syllabus. Break logistics. The narrative will starve. Break logistics, Mercer said. So we starve a ghost. Ghosts still use doors, Mariah said. We find the hinges. They redrew the board. 2 matched scenes. Surgical cut, antiseptic citrus, index card theology, 1 murdered elite, 1 living ordinary, memory wiped. Add fibers, add river humidity, add spiral placement instead of checkerboard. A new motif. Same composer. The killer wasn't repeating, he was varying like fugue. Next move, Mercer asked. Calendar overlaps, Mariah said. Every elite organizes time. Find the invisible appointment. They subpoenaed encrypted invoices, traced payments labeled wellness through shells with soft names and hard opacity. Threads led to a boutique pharmacy compounding citrus mint lozenges that mask bitter anesthetics. The logs were immaculate. The prescribers were legitimate, except for 1 relay that looked like a person and read like a hole. At 3 a.m., Mariah set her forehead to the cool window and watched the river keep its counsel. They had momentum without a face, clues without a name, victims who looked unbreakable until they broke in private, and captives living without the past that proves a life. Ordinary, she reminded herself. Hinges. Her phone vibrated. A text from an unknown sender. A square of coordinates. Single sentence. Masks breathe in quiet rooms. The coordinates led them to a glass tower still half under construction, its upper floors wrapped in scaffolding and safety netting that flapped like torn sails in the wind. Mariah Sloan and Evan Mercer stood on the street at dawn, watching workers arrive with hard hats and thermoses. The foreman swore no one had been inside overnight, but the burner text was precise. They rode the creaking service elevator up 16 floors, hearts steady, hands near holsters. The unfinished level opened into silence. Concrete dust curled in the morning light. And there, on the skeletal balcony that overlooked the river, they saw it. A table set like a stage, a knife in a glass box spotlighted by natural sun, and a single index card propped upright. Mariah read the elegant script aloud. If a mask learns to breathe, who dies? The scene was otherwise empty, no body, no captive, only symbolism, only theater. Forensics swept in, collected prints that weren't there, dusted the glass for oils that had been meticulously wiped. The only evidence was intention, and intention cannot stand in court. This is escalation, Mercer muttered. He wants to remind us he controls the tempo. No, Mariah said quietly. He wants to show us he can stop whenever he chooses. That the murders are a gift, And silence is a gift too. The killer was teaching them. That was worse than the killing itself. Back at headquarters, the task force board was a mosaic of torment. Ulrich's photo, Elena Park's photo, John Doe 1 and John Doe 2 with their blank stares. Circles drawn around the index card phrases, arrows to symbols, annotations of possible meanings. It looked less like a case file and more like a scripture still waiting for translation. The renowned psychiatrist joined them that afternoon, summoned by pressure from City Hall. He sat in the conference room, hands folded, eyes thoughtful as he listened to Mariah's briefing. "The killer is ritualizing judgment," the doctor said. "He selects victims whose public faces are immaculate but whose private selves are cracked. By pairing each with a living captive stripped of memory, he demonstrates that truth can be present and still unreachable. The riddle cards are sermon notes. You are not in a hunt, you are in a lecture." Mercer frowned. Then what's his endgame? To humiliate us? To humiliate them? The doctor's smile was faint. To prove superiority, to remind the city that its pillars are hollow, and that only he decides what memory survives. Mariah shifted in her seat. "We need logistics, not philosophy. How does he find them? How does he know when they'll be alone?" "That," the psychiatrist said softly, "is the only riddle that matters." Pressure from above grew brutal. The commissioner demanded visible progress for cameras. The mayor threatened federal takeovers. Families of elites demanded protection details, screaming in interviews that police were incompetent. The city was cracking. Fear seeped into conversations on trains and diners and boardrooms. Meanwhile, lab results came in from Elena Park's scene. The fibers found on her dress were confirmed, bespoke soundproof curtain material used in only 6 buildings downtown. Detectives swept them one by one. Residents grumbled but complied. Elevators rattled with officers and building managers. Yet each apartment was pristine, curated to hide secrets. Nothing linked to the murders. The clue was another cul-de-sac, another riddle leading nowhere. Mercer slammed his notebook shut. "Every time we think we've got him cornered, he's already 10 steps gone. He's laughing at us." Mariah's reply was a whisper. Not laughing. Teaching. That night, she visited John Doe 1 and 2 together in the secure ward. Doctors had tried hypnosis, cognitive therapy, even experimental retrieval methods. Both men sat silent, hands restless, faces pale. When asked what they remembered, their words echoed one another like broken records, water dripping, metal footsteps, citrus smell, a calm voice. John Doe 2 added something new. A song. I can't catch it. A lullaby. It slipped away. "What kind of lullaby?" Mariah asked gently. His eyes flooded with panic. "It doesn't matter. He told me I wouldn't remember." He shook violently until orderlies calmed him with sedation. Walking out of the ward, Mariah felt the weight settle deeper. The killer wasn't just erasing memory. He was planting terror in its place, making his victims doubt their own minds. This was more than murder. It was psychological warfare, a serial killer story that rewrote reality itself. The following morning, another card appeared. Not at a crime scene, not at a captive site, but taped to the glass doors of the precinct itself. Officers found it at dawn, sealed in a plastic sleeve to protect against dew. Its message: when the courtroom is closed, where do the verdicts go? Every detective froze. The killer had walked up to their fortress and left a message without being seen. Cameras had nothing. Guards saw nothing. It was the ultimate insult. Mercer growled. "He was here. He was right outside. He could have walked through the lobby." Mariah pocketed the card in a bag. "He wants us to feel exposed, and he wants to remind us. We're not the hunters. We're the audience. By evening, the city boiled over. Talk shows screamed that the police were incompetent. Families of the murdered elites whispered about conspiracies. Social media posts declared the killer a prophet, a philosopher, an artist. Some even applauded him for revealing corruption through blood. The commissioner called another emergency meeting. "If we don't get control," he snapped, "panic will turn into riot. I don't care if you have to bring in the FBI, CIA, or God himself. Find me a name." Mariah studied the board. Ulrich the banker, Elena Park, the compliance officer. Two people who lived publicly clean lives and privately battled storms no one saw. Both tied to networks of elite society crimes, both hiding therapy or trauma, both keeping secrets even from family. She whispered to herself, "He knows them better than their loved ones do. He knows their cracks, their shame." Mercer caught her words. "Which means he's close enough to listen." The psychiatrist's warning replayed in her head. Don't let performance become your map. But what if performance was the map? What if the killer had been in their world the whole time, listening, watching, waiting? The city slept uneasily that night. Police cruisers doubled their patrols. Private guards swarmed penthouses. Yet Mariah knew none of it mattered. Because the killer was not choosing victims randomly. He was selecting them with knowledge only someone trusted would ever have. And that meant somewhere in the heart of the city, the next victim was already marked. The city had barely begun to breathe again when another scream ripped through its core. It was a jogger this time, a man who ran the same riverside path every evening before work, earbuds drowning the silence with tired music. At 9:42 p.m., he stumbled into a pump house built in the 1920s, a squat brick shell on the edge of the river. The smell hit him first, citrus and metal, sharp enough to slice through his lungs. When his flashlight beam swung across the interior, he dropped his phone. The line to 911 was chaos, a man gasping, stammering words no one could untangle. Mariah Sloan and Evan Mercer were at the scene within 20 minutes, red-blue lights bleeding against the river fog. The doors gaped open, hinges rusted and groaning as though they wanted to warn them away. The air inside was damp, heavy, smelling of mildew beneath that same antiseptic tang. On the far wall sat a woman in an evening dress, wrists bound to a steel pipe with white nylon rope. Her body was folded awkwardly, head tilted to one side. A neat red line traced her throat, cut with surgical steadiness, as though a scalpel had been drawn by a surgeon in perfect light. 10 feet away, tied to a railing, was another captive. A man in a cheap gray suit, belt cinched tight, shoes scuffed, gag pulled loose but useless. His eyes darted everywhere and nowhere, hollow with confusion. When Mercer approached and whispered, "Do you know your name?" The man only shook his head violently. His lips moved, but sound failed him. Another erased life, and scattered across the wet floor, water pooling around their edges, were index cards arranged in a spiral. They twisted inward toward the murdered woman like a clock's hands frozen in motion. The words were sharp, mocking, impossible to ignore. What is a debt that silence pays? Who teaches a mirror to lie? Where does the river hide its sins? Mariah crouched, gloved fingers brushing a card. The handwriting was identical to the earlier crime scene. Precise, elegant, almost smug. The message was clear. The same killer, the same mind, the same performance continuing its script. The victim's identity emerged quickly. Inside her evening clutch, almost as if it had been placed deliberately, sat a wallet and a driver's license. Elena Park, compliance officer for an investment fund. Known in financial circles for her rigid attention to detail, her reputation was one of integrity. Yet even as investigators pulled her records, whispers surfaced. She had once flagged a multi-million-dollar deal as suspicious, then quietly recanted weeks later. No one knew why. Her colleagues described her as flawless. Her sister would soon tell another story. Forensics cataloged the scene. Rope fibers were nylon, mass-produced, sold everywhere. No useful prints. But 2 strands of fabric clung to Elena's hem, slick and shiny. A technician bagged them carefully, noting they resembled the material used in soundproof curtains. "Another clue," Mercer muttered. "Or another dead end." "Both," Mariah said. "That's how he works." At headquarters, Elena's sister arrived after midnight, trembling but determined. In the identification room, she collapsed against the glass as she saw her sister's lifeless form. Later, sitting in a small office with lukewarm coffee, she spoke between halting breaths. "Elena was strong," she said. "At least that's what everyone thought, but she had panic spells. At night, sometimes even at work. She hid them, said no one could know. Said weakness gets you fired." "Did she ever see someone for help?" Mariah asked softly. The sister hesitated. "She said no, which means yes. She was private. She wouldn't even tell me the name, only that it was discreet, that it worked." The word discreet landed like lead in the detectives' stomachs. Mercer pressed gently. "Did she ever mention a program, a retreat, anything?" "A reset," the sister said finally. That's what she called it, a reset, like she could erase the panic and start again. Mariah's pen froze on the page. Reset. It sounded too much like what the captives were enduring now. Erased memory, erased identity. A reset imposed by force. By dawn, the city knew her name. Second Elite Society murder compliance officer slain in ritual scene. Headlines screamed the pattern. Talk shows debated her integrity. Was she a whistleblower silenced, a victim of conspiracy, or simply a target chosen for the stage? Social media hashtags exploded: Nightfall Killer, unsolved murders, Elena Park. The pressure inside the task force room turned suffocating. The commissioner barked at them to find a suspect. The mayor warned of panic spreading into markets. Mariah ignored them all and stared at the board. Ulrich the banker, now Park the compliance officer. Two elites, both hiding private storms, both slaughtered under the same antiseptic ritual. And two captives, John Doe 1 and now John Doe 2, both alive, both memory wiped, both clutching fragments of sound and smell. Dripping water, metal footsteps, citrus tang, a calm voice speaking in riddles. That evening, Mariah visited the hospital ward. John Doe 2 lay in bed, IVs feeding fluids into his arm. His eyes flicked toward her as if searching for answers he didn't know he needed. "Do you remember anything?" she asked quietly. His lips trembled. Water, plinking, orange, and a song. A song, he nodded, face twisting. A lullaby. I almost hear it. Then it goes away. What kind of lullaby? I don't know. He said I wouldn't remember. And I don't. Tears streamed down his cheeks. It's gone. Mariah placed a hand on his shoulder. You survived. That matters. We'll remember for you. But she knew the words rang hollow. His life had been stripped of context, and no detective could rebuild that. Back at headquarters, Mercer pinned the new riddle cards to the board. Spiral arrangement instead of checkerboard. Another motif, another movement in the killer's symphony. He's not repeating, Mercer said. He's composing. Variation after variation. Mariah traced the spiral with her finger. And each circle drags us deeper in. A junior analyst ran in with fresh lab results. The fabric fibers? High-end microfiber used for soundproof curtains. Only 6 towers downtown use it. That narrows the field, Mercer exhaled. Finally, something real. They swept the towers. Security lobbies gleamed with marble and glass. Residents were calm or furious, but every search ended the same. Immaculate apartments, curated perfection, nothing out of place. If the killer had touched these buildings, he had left no trace. That night, Mariah stood at the board staring at Elena Park's photo beside Graham Ulrich's. Ulrich had moved money in shadows. Park had hidden her panic from everyone. Both had visited some kind of discreet reset program, though no one knew its name. Both were dead, left like exhibits. "Why them?" she whispered. Mercer leaned back in his chair. "Because he knew their cracks. He knew the shame they hid." Mariah nodded slowly. "Which means he's closer than anyone realizes." The room went still with the thought. If the killer knew the private storms of the city's elites, then he was already inside their circle, already trusted, already invisible, and somewhere in the city another victim was waiting to be marked. They could feel the city holding its breath. Patrol cars multiplied near glass towers while river fog slid through alleys. Mariah Sloane refused to be chased by symbols. She built a schedule: clinic audits, pharmacy interviews, vendor subpoenas, canvases around the pump house. Evan Mercer handled press briefings with flat facts. Afternoon broke with a frightened call from a janitor at the shuttered Orpheum, an Art Deco theater awaiting renovation. He'd come to check a leak and found stage lights burning. The doors were chained with a new padlock. "Somebody's inside," he whispered. "Somebody left a show running." Dust and Velvet remembered cigarettes inside. Ghost seats faced a stage stripped to ropes and catwalks. In the aisle, index cards glittered under spotlights, clipped to brass seat numbers with binder clips. The cards read like stage directions warped into riddles. "Exit left, drop the scrim. Applause for the guilty." On stage, a body sat in a director's chair. He wore tuxedo jacket and loosened bow tie, wrists tied to armrests with glossy cord. The carotid cut was the same single clinical line, as if this theater were a surgical suite pretending to be art. The ID named him Eric Dalrymple, tech philanthropist and university trustee, the smiling face of gala brochures. "Check the wings," Mercer said. Behind the stage, near a steel ladder, a man in delivery overalls was bound upright to a rolling garment rack. His eyes were open, breathing shallow. Lips cracked. Another erased life, John Doe 3. A half-chewed citrus lozenge lay by his boot. On stage, cards had been taped in a semicircle at foot level like footlights. One read, "Where does innovation bury its failures?" Another, "If the donor hates mirrors, dim the house." The stage manager's console showed manual cues fired minutes before the janitor called. The soundboard's lines were gaffered to block feedback. Someone had rehearsed. Forensics moved in a hush. Fibers, trace swabs, casts. The antiseptic scent rode the air, citrus and something clinical that tightened throats. The knot on Dalrymple's wrists matched a constrictor wrap used to secure tubing. Once more, competence without signature. Every skill came with a missing record. They transported John Doe 3 to the secure ward of stale coffee and humming vents. Vitals stable. Memory fog. Asked to speak, he uttered a scrap of melody and then shook his head, apologizing like a student failing an exam. He reported dripping, footfalls, and the same line spoken calmly near sleep. "Let's see what the wound remembers." Doctors wrote engineered amnesia. Dalrymple's wife arrived in an expensive coat that couldn't warm anything. She identified him through glass and refused to sit. In the interview room, she gave the public version first. Generous, visionary, restless for good. Then private truths, insomnia, Guilt about a research lab his foundation once bankrolled that later retracted results. He feared people would think he wanted a claim more than truth, she said. He wanted to fix it quietly. Did he seek help? Mariah asked. He said he was fine when he was not. I begged him to talk to someone reputable. She paused. He refused to share names. He said anonymity made honesty possible. Near midnight, a courier delivered a letter to headquarters addressed to the investigators. Inside lay a single index card with an inked hourglass. On its back, intermission. Pressure climbed the city's spine. Commentators called the killer a moralist, a terrorist, a performance artist. The commissioner opened doors to federal partners and shut them to reporters. Mariah kept the board pure. Timelines, chemicals, fibers, invoices. A chemist whispered new data. Trace propofol metabolites in John Doe 3 inconsistent with hospital dosing. A pharmacy consultant noted boutique compounding signatures on the citrus lozenge. He's tailoring kits, the consultant said. Concierge style, clean, modular, disposable. Deliveries of rare microfiber curtain bolts overlapped across renovations citywide. The Orpheum's contractor had issued a temporary access badge to a consultant with a low-resolution photo. The badge never beeped out. A loading dock camera was under a tarp for repairs. Mariah walked the theater path in reverse. Dock, hall, wings, grid, stage, aisles. Center house, she faced seats. He wanted applause for the guilty, she told Dust. He wanted an audience even if it was just us. Us, Mercer echoed. And a janitor who'll never change a bulb alone again. In the conference room, the renowned psychiatrist listened and drew boxes on a pad. Ritualized pedagogy, he said. Warehouse for labor, pump house for pressure, theater for illusion. Your adversary is making the city a classroom. He tapped the pad. If you let him, he will choose your curriculum next. Then we won't, Mariah said. We'll choose doors and delivery schedules. Good, the doctor said. In psychological thriller cases, attention is fuel, contains spectacle. Dalrymple's devices yielded little beyond encrypted messages routed through assistants. His calendar showed restorative sessions billed by a wellness broker using a mailbox store. The broker dissolved last month and reformed the next day under a softer name. The EIN's traced to the same registered agent who files luxury shells. Every line we pull turns into string art, Mercer said. String art still hangs from nails, Mariah answered. Find the nails. Mailbox addresses cross-referenced with boutique pharmacies led to one compounding lab appearing at the edges of both Ulrich's and Dalrymple's finances. The manager produced immaculate logs. Prescriber IDs were legitimate. One chain bounced through a relay with no NPI, just an internal code. Legacy, he said. Night stretched thin. Mariah stepped outside to air that tasted like pennies and lemon. She called Elena Park's sister about the word reset. The sister said Elena returned from one session calmer, like noise had dimmed. She said the person running it understood panic from the inside, the sister said. He listened like he could hold stillness. At 2, the Orpheum janitor called back. The stage lamps smelled like orange after they warmed, he said. I clean. I know heat smells. This was sweet like citrus wipes. He prepped his equipment, Mercer said. Or he can't help sterilizing, Mariah said. He leaves cleanliness where others leave mess. At 4 a.m., the board held 3 scenes, 3 living witnesses and the midnight sentence. Mariah circled a question. How does someone know intimate schedules guarded by assistants, NDAs, private elevators, curated calendars? Someone who sells silence, Mercer said. Or someone they buy silence from, she answered. Dawn returned. Ordinary tragedies kept their own schedules. Mariah signed off 2 unrelated cases and returned to the work that would not finish. At the board she wrote, "Starve the theater. Feed logistics." Then the burner phone sang again. A pin led to a rooftop greenhouse above a luxury condo. Immaculate. Glass panes beaded with condensation, a table set for 2 and an index card beneath a cloche. Mercer lifted the lid. The card read, "What does a mask owe its maker?" The chair across sat pulled back. Someone had just stood. They waited for a body that didn't arrive, for a captive who never breathed there. They photographed, bagged, logged, left. In the elevator, Mercer watched floors count down like a heart monitor. "He's writing intermissions we're forced to attend," he said. "Curtains fall," Mariah said. "They also rise." The rooftop greenhouse rattled in their bones long after they left it. A table for 2. A riddle under glass and a chair still warm in imagination. This killer wasn't satisfied with taking lives. He wanted detectives to feel like late guests at his private dinner. By dawn, the city was vibrating with panic. Morning news anchors leaned into the lens, their voices sharpened for fear. Another scene tied to the Nightfall Killer. This time, no body, no captive, just a cryptic message. Are police being toyed with? Talk shows speculated on symbolism. Psychologists on television spun theories, and conspiracy channels declared it was all a cover-up for bigger crimes. Mariah Sloane ignored the noise. She pinned the greenhouse card to the board. "What does a mask owe its maker?" Its smooth handwriting stared back like an insult. Evan Mercer rubbed his temples. He's escalating, but not always with blood. He's mixing murder with placeholders. He wants rhythm, not just body counts. "Symphony," Mariah said flatly. "Each movement different but connected. We don't know how many instruments he plans to play." The commissioner barged in, red-faced, slamming folders onto the table. "The city council is calling this a failure. Media say you're losing. The mayor says bring in federal partners or you're both reassigned." Mercer snapped. "Bring in 100 feds. They'll chase the same riddles and he'll laugh harder." Mariah held steady. "We don't need more bodies. We need a hinge. A logistical flaw." But no flaw appeared. Hours later, lab results from the Orpheum Theater scene offered a shred of possibility. On the half-chewed citrus lozenge near John Doe 3's boot, analysts detected a compound rarely used outside boutique pharmacies. Its base formula matched the lozenges prescribed for mild anxiety and insomnia. Legal, but custom. Mercer slammed the report down. "That's twice we've found boutique compounding. He's sourcing anesthetics and candy in the same places." "Which means pharmacy routes," Mariah said. "If we map shipments, we map his shadow." They subpoenaed invoices, found deliveries routed through shell addresses, sometimes to hotels that never hosted a guest, sometimes to mailbox stores that shuttered days later. The killer moved like vapor. The renowned psychiatrist sent another memo. Precise, detached. The Nightfall Killer escalates as an educator does. First lesson, second lesson, third lesson, warehouse, pump house, theater. Living witnesses function as erased juries. The riddles are moral curricula. Expect a climactic lecture in which he demands recognition. Mercer read it aloud with disgust. Lecture? Curricula. He makes it sound like we should buy tickets. Mariah said nothing, though her unease deepened. The psychiatrist's words almost sounded admiring. That night, another call. Not a GPS pin, not a riddle dropped at headquarters. A scream. A patrol officer stumbled on an empty ballroom at the Hilton Plaza, doors ajar though no event was scheduled. Chandeliers glittered over emptiness. In the center, a man in tuxedo trousers and white shirt sat at a dining chair, throat neatly opened. place cards ringed the table, spelling penance. Bound to another chair across the table was John Doe 4, wrists raw from struggling, eyes dull with the same memory loss. His mouth moved with effort. Water, orange, steps. He said. The words fell apart into trembling. The dead man's ID, Richard Vaughn, CEO and gala regular known for philanthropy dinners. Investigators discovered private rumors soon enough. A foundation donation rooted suspiciously, perhaps to silence a lawsuit. On paper, he was generosity embodied. In whispers, something darker. Forensics collected more fibers, another spiral of cards. One read, "If justice is merciful, who absolves the merciful?" Mariah whispered as she read it. "He's putting the justice system on trial." Mercer muttered, "And we're his jurors whether we like it or not." At headquarters, the board grew crowded. 4 elites dead, 4 John Does alive but shattered, riddles twisting tighter. A symphony of horror. Mariah traced each photo. Graham Ulrich, banker. Elena Park, compliance officer. Eric Dalrymple, philanthropist. Richard Vaughn, CEO. All from elite society, all publicly flawless, all privately hiding trauma, therapy, or shame. And all, it seemed, had sought some kind of discreet wellness care. Resets. Restorative sessions on de-coaching. Always anonymous, always hidden. Mercer leaned close. He knows about them because they told him. He knows their cracks because they trusted him. Mariah nodded slowly. Which means he's inside their world. He isn't just choosing random targets. He's choosing people whose secrets he already owns. She wrote 2 words on the board: intimacy access. But while theories sharpened, the pressure outside boiled over. Families of the dead gathered in a luxury hotel demanding answers. Reporters ambushed detectives at every step. Do you believe you're hunting a serial killer? Are these murders exposing corruption? Why has the Nightfall Killer outsmarted you at every turn? Mariah finally snapped at one. Because he plans while you speculate. The clip went viral within an hour. Public opinion fractured. Some citizens demanded curfews. Others lionized the killer as a vigilante. Social feeds painted him as a dark hero punishing hypocrisy. Mariah lay awake that night staring at her ceiling, thinking of the bound men who wept for memories that would never return. Hero? No. He wasn't punishing hypocrisy. He was manufacturing spectacle, and the city was feeding it. The next day, they searched Richard Vaughn's mansion. The widow wept in silk, insisting her husband was spotless. But in his study, Mercer found a locked drawer hidden behind books. Inside, a leather-bound folder. No signature, no letterhead. Just clinical notes in the same precise, detached tone. Notes about panic, about guilt, about shame, about risks of self-destruction. A psychotherapy case file. Mariah's hands trembled as she flipped pages. He was in therapy, private, anonymous, and whoever wrote this knew everything. Same style as the others, Mercer said. Same voice. If Ulrich Park Dalrymple had files like this, we're staring at the thread. For the first time, they had something that wasn't a riddle. It was handwriting. Consistent, clinical, impossible to ignore. Mariah pinned a photocopy to the board beside Vaughn's photo. Beneath it, she wrote in thick marker, "Who is the doctor?" But answers would not come quickly. That evening, a new card arrived at headquarters, slipped into the mail slot without triggering alarms. It bore only 3 words. The lecture nears. Mercer slammed it down. He's telling us the climax is coming. Mariah stared at the board, at the faces of the dead and the hollow eyes of the living. She felt the riddle tightening around her own throat. He's not just teaching the city, she said softly. He's teaching us. And somewhere she knew another ballroom, another theater, another chamber was already prepared. The city was beginning to recognize the rhythm. A body, a captive, a riddle, a silence that followed. Each event came with the precision of an orchestra playing movements of a symphony that no one had rehearsed for and no one could escape. On the evening of the fourth strike, the call came from a luxury hotel near the riverfront. The building was under renovation, but a maintenance worker had wandered into the grand ballroom when he noticed lights burning where there should have been none. Inside, he found the impossible. Chandeliers swaying faintly in the draft of broken windows, and a man slumped in the center of the marble floor dressed in a tuxedo shirt and dark trousers. When Mariah Sloane and Evan Mercer arrived, the air was still heavy with plaster dust. Sheets covered the banquet tables, but in the middle of the room the scene was staged like theater. Richard Vaughn, CEO and philanthropist, sat bound to a dining chair. His throat was cut with the same surgical precision they had seen before. One clean line, no hesitation. A folded napkin had been placed on his lap as though his death were part of a dinner service. At his feet lay another index card, propped against a silver place card holder. The handwriting was familiar now, as familiar as their own. If justice is merciful, who absolves the merciful? Mercer whispered the words aloud, the weight of them dragging the room colder. He's not just killing them, he's staging philosophy. Across from Vaughn sat another chair, and in it, a man tied with braided cord that cut into his wrists. His gag hung askew, his eyes wild but unfocused. Alive, trembling, but broken. John Doe 4. Mariah knelt in front of him. "You're safe now," she said softly. "Do you know your name?" The man shook his head violently. His lips moved, but what came out was a fractured refrain they were beginning to recognize. Water, orange, steps, humming. His voice cracked, tears streaking his face. I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" Mariah pressed. "For not remembering." She felt her chest tighten. Each of these survivors carried the same engineered emptiness, and each apology cut deeper than the last. They weren't just victims, they were exhibits in the killer's classroom. Forensics cataloged everything. The knots were identical to earlier scenes. The antiseptic citrus tang lingered in the air. Fibers on Vaughn's clothing matched the same bespoke material linked to soundproof curtains. Mercer leaned against a column, watching the team work. "He keeps changing the set, but not the tools." Mariah nodded. "Every scene different, every method the same. It's ritual, rehearsed." The ballroom echoed with cameras as news crews swarmed the perimeter. Another elite was dead. Another ordinary man was left alive but erased. The killer's pattern was undeniable now. Finance, compliance, philanthropy, and now corporate power. Each victim wasn't random, they were institutions embodied. And by morning, Richard Vaughn's face was everywhere. Once known for ribbon cuttings and charitable galas, he was now the fourth face in the killer's gallery. The headlines screamed, "CEO slain in ballroom bloodbath." Talk shows framed him as both saint and sinner. Some praised his philanthropy. Others dug into sealed lawsuits, whispering about foundations used as cover for private debts. Mariah sat before the task force board. Vaughn's photo pinned beside Ulrich Park and Dalrymple. 4 pillars of elite society. 4 private storms. 4 corpses cut with the same cold scalpel. "This isn't random," she said, her voice hard. "It's a syllabus." Mercer studied the board. "And the captives?" "They're footnotes," Mariah said bitterly. "Living reminders that truth exists but can't be used. Testimony erased before it's spoken." And they met with Vaughn's widow later that day in the penthouse of their high-rise. She clutched tissues with knuckles white as bone, insisting her husband was flawless. "He built hospitals," she sobbed. "He saved lives." Mercer asked carefully, "Did he ever struggle? Nightmares, anxiety, guilt?" Her eyes flashed. "Everyone struggles, but he was strong." She hesitated, then added in a whisper, "Sometimes he disappeared for hours. He would come back, calmer, like he had reset himself, but he never told me where he went." Mariah wrote the word reset on her pad. It wasn't the first time she had heard it. Back at headquarters, the commissioner exploded in frustration. "The city's losing its mind. 4 elites gone, no suspect, no progress. Families want protection details, the council wants arrests, the press wants blood." "What are you giving me?" Mariah's jaw set. "Patterns, and patterns give us doors." "I can't show patterns to a camera," he barked. Mercer snapped, "Maybe you should show the city patience instead of panic." The commissioner's glare could have broken glass. "Catch him, or you'll both be replaced by people who will." On that evening, protesters gathered downtown. Some carried signs demanding justice. Others carried index cards with riddles written in black ink, chanting them like slogans. Social media declared the killer a vigilante philosopher. One trending post called him the only one brave enough to cut hypocrisy open. Mariah watched it unfold on her phone, bile rising in her throat. He wanted an audience. Now he has one. Mercer's voice was flat. And every performance demands a bigger stage. In the secure ward, John Doe 4 lay strapped to a bed, eyes darting. Doctors tried hypnosis, tried music therapy, tried light cues. Nothing broke through. He repeated fragments, water dripping, footsteps on metal, orange peel, humming. Over and over, as if the words were all he had left to anchor himself. Mariah stood at his bedside, whispering, "You survived. That matters." But inside, she felt the truth. Survival without memory was another kind of death. Back in the task force room, the board had become a mural of fear. 4 victims, 4 John Does, 4 riddles that mocked them. The detectives knew this wasn't the end. It was only the middle act. Mercer stared at the wall, fists clenched. He's dismantling the city one institution at a time. Finance, law, compliance, philanthropy, corporations, what's next? Mariah whispered, "Whatever it is, it's already set." And as she spoke, a new envelope slid under the precinct door. Inside, another card in the same elegant hand. "The curtain hasn't risen yet." The day after Richard Vaughn's body was wheeled out of the ballroom, the city was no longer just frightened. It was frantic. For weeks, panic had been an undercurrent. Now, it was a tide. Phones at precincts rang with frightened whispers about locked doors and unfamiliar footsteps. Social feeds burned with theories that the killer was targeting wealth, punishing power, or avenging old wrongs. By mid-morning, the mayor convened an emergency press conference. Cameras snapped, microphones crackled. "We will not allow a murderer to terrorize this city," he declared, flanked by the commissioner and a line of silent officers. "Resources will be doubled. Security will be strengthened. This individual will be caught." Reporters shouted questions over one another. Why are the victims all elites? Is the Nightfall Killer exposing corruption? How can citizens feel safe when every week brings another staged scene? The commissioner bristled, his voice sharper than steel. "This is not philosophy, this is murder. Do not give him the dignity of anything more." But the words fell hollow. In living rooms across the city, citizens replayed the riddle cards on television screens. If justice is merciful, who absolves the merciful? They debated its meaning while detectives drowned in logistics. Inside the task force room, the tension was suffocating. Charts and photos wallpapered the space. Ulrich's warehouse, Park's pump house, Dalrymple's theater, Vaughn's ballroom. 4 victims, each representing a piece of the city's elite fabric. 4 living captives, each with memory stripped away. Mariah stood at the board, marker in hand, circling connections. He's not random, he's deliberate. He's dismantling institutions one by one. Mercer, slouched in a chair with his tie pulled loose, muttered, "And the captives?" "They're placeholders," Mariah said. "Living footnotes, proof that truth can exist and still be useless. Testimony erased before it can matter." Mercer's fist tightened. He's making a mockery of justice. They pored over Vaughn's history. His portfolio of charity galas and investments was well known. But whispers emerged quickly. One associate admitted, off record, that Vaughn's foundation had covered settlements from an old corporate scandal. Another source described late-night panic attacks, fits of guilt that never reached the light of day. When pressed, Vaughn's widow broke down in private. He would vanish sometimes, hours at a time. He came back calm, like reset, but he never told me where. Mariah underlined the word reset on the board. It was the same word Elena Park's sister had used, the same word Dalrymple's widow had whispered, too consistent to ignore. So that evening, a closed-door meeting with city councilors turned into a grilling. "Why are the richest among us being killed?" one asked. "Is this a vendetta against the elite?" Another demanded curfews. A third warned that financial markets would collapse if corporate leaders felt hunted. Mercer slammed his palm on the table. "These aren't vendettas, they're orchestrations. Each one is staged for us, not them. If you want this to end, stop treating it like theater." Councilors muttered in disapproval. The commissioner cut in, promising stronger patrols, more funding, faster answers. Mariah said nothing. She watched their faces and realized the killer had already succeeded in one regard. He had bent the city's leaders into characters on his stage. The media frenzy escalated further. Late-night hosts turned the killer's riddles into punchlines. Protesters carried placards shaped like index cards, chanting, "Justice is silent, and we are the jury." Conspiracy theorists called him a vigilante hero, exposing hypocrisy in the highest ranks. Mariah scrolled through feeds at her desk, bile rising. "He doesn't need us to solve him," she muttered. "He already has an audience." Mercer looked up. "And every audience expects an encore." Back at the secure ward, John Doe 4 lay restrained for his own safety. His eyes darted, searching corners that weren't there. He repeated fragments, voice hoarse. Water, orange, steps, humming. Again and again, the same words. A psychiatrist on staff suggested trauma-induced fugue. A neurologist suggested induced amnesia. None of them had an answer that mattered. The man's memory was gone, and what remained was a riddle no one could solve. Mariah sat at his bedside, voice low. "You're alive, that matters." But as she watched him tremble, she wondered if survival without self was just another stage the killer had built. That night, the detectives gathered with their team in the task force room. Photos pinned, strings stretched, words scrawled. A board that looked less like an investigation and more like a reflection of the killer's mind. Mariah circled each victim's face. Ulrich, finance. Park, compliance. Dalrymple, philanthropy. Vaughn, corporate governance. Each one a pillar, each one cut down. Mercer added, and each one tied to the same shadow, Hidden resets, discreet sessions, something they refused to admit even to family. The room fell silent. The pattern was undeniable now. The Nightfall Killer wasn't choosing random elites. He was targeting those who sought to bury their weaknesses, those who sought private healing behind closed doors. Mariah dropped the marker, her voice a whisper. He knows their secrets because they told him. At 2:07 a.m., another message arrived at headquarters. A plain envelope slid under the door. Inside was a single index card, ink perfect as always. Curtain call approaches. Mercer held it up, his face gray. He's not done. Mariah's stomach twisted. No, he's just beginning. The fourth body lingered in the city's memory like smoke that refused to clear. Richard Vaughn's ballroom death was replayed on every channel, dissected in every column, and argued over in every cafe. The riddle he left behind, if justice is merciful, who absolves the merciful, became the newest slogan printed on posters, scrawled on sidewalks, and twisted into meanings the killer had never even written. For detectives, there was no pause. The task force room became a furnace of heat and exhaustion. Charts grew denser, photographs multiplied, and string lines webbed the board until it looked like a net cast over a drowning city. Mariah Sloan hadn't slept in 2 days. She stood before the wall of evidence, marker trembling slightly in her hand. He's not killing people, she said. He's dismantling trust. Every victim is someone the public thought untouchable. Every murder tells the city their guardians are fragile. Evan Mercer leaned back in his chair, eyes shadowed. And the captives? They're reminders, Mariah answered bitterly. We can save bodies, but not truth. He makes us watch them live without memory, like exhibits in a museum of silence. The commissioner stormed into the room mid-afternoon, face red, tie crooked. Council's screaming, he barked. The mayor wants curfews. Business leaders want private security details. I want results. We're working, Mariah said. You're drowning, he shot back. 4 weeks, 4 bodies, 4 riddles, and nothing to show the cameras. Mercer slammed his pen down. You want theater? Go to Broadway. We're building evidence. The commissioner's glare was icy. You'd better build it faster or the city will find actors who can perform. He left with a door slam that rattled the blinds. Mariah exhaled slowly, steadying herself. They think we're losing because we don't have a name. We're losing, Mercer muttered, because the killer already has one. Philosopher, prophet, vigilante, whatever the city decides to call him. That evening, the detectives visited Vaughn's corporate offices. Employees whispered in hallways, eyes darting. Some called their CEO a saint, others a tyrant. But every conversation carried the same tremor, fear that their proximity to power made them next. One assistant finally admitted that Vaughn had kept an unmarked drawer in his desk. Inside, they found a notebook half burned, its pages singed at the edges. The surviving scraps described sessions, resets, the need for silence. The writing was clinical, detached, almost like case notes. Mariah turned the charred pages carefully. He wasn't just hiding from family, she said. He was hiding from himself. Mercer rubbed the bridge of his nose, and someone knew every detail. They photographed the remains, bagged them, and added them to the growing puzzle. But meanwhile, the city spiraled further. Streets filled with candlelight vigils for victims, mixed with rallies praising the killer. One crowd sang hymns with the riddles woven in. Another held placards reading "Expose the Elites." The police line stood between grief and glorification, knowing either side could erupt. Mariah walked through one gathering in plain clothes, listening. A woman whispered, Maybe he's showing us the truth. A man replied, "Truth doesn't slit throats." The divide was palpable. The killer had become more than a murderer. He was an idea. At the secure ward, John Doe 4 lay trembling in restraints. Doctors tried calming techniques, but he repeated the same fragments: water dripping, orange, humming. Always humming. The words meant nothing to the staff, but to Mariah they sounded like echoes of a lullaby she couldn't place. "Can you remember anything else?" she asked gently. His eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm not supposed to." The words chilled her. Not supposed to. As though forgetting had been commanded, not caused. Mercer pulled her aside. "We're not treating survivors. We're collecting broken clocks." "There's still evidence," Mariah said firmly. "Even silence proves something." By now, the board was undeniable. 4 victims: Ulrich, finance; Park, compliance; Dalrymple, philanthropy; Vaughn, corporate governance. Each one a pillar, each toppled with surgical precision. "He's choosing them for what they represent," Mariah said. "He's writing a curriculum in blood." Mercer tapped the photo of Vaughn. "And the city's eating it up. Every headline gives him applause." Mariah's jaw clenched. "Then we don't give him a stage." But the killer wasn't content to let them control the narrative. At 3 a.m., a package arrived at the precinct, wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside lay another index card centered in black ink. The curtain hasn't risen yet. Beneath it, a second card, this one smudged faintly with citrus-scented residue. "When mercy falls silent, judgment speaks." Mercer's voice was grim. "He's promising more." Mariah stared at the cards, her hand tightening around them. "Then we listen, not to his riddles, but to what they cover. He's hiding behind philosophy. The real answers are in logistics." She pinned the cards to the board, forcing herself not to see meaning in their poetry. Only patterns. Only logistics. By the end of the week, the detectives were shells of themselves. Their eyes burned from long nights, their nerves frayed by pressure from above and whispers from below. Yet the pattern grew sharper with each line. "This isn't just murder," Mariah said one night, alone with Mercer in the dim-lit office. "It's instruction. He's teaching us to follow, teaching us to understand his rules." Mercer shook his head. "Or teaching us we can't." Outside, the city shuddered in its sleep. Somewhere a stage was being set. Somewhere a chair was being bolted to a floor. Somewhere another captive was losing his name. And though the detectives didn't know it yet, the syllabus was far from over. The morning after Richard Vaughn's murder, the city seemed to convulse all at once. Talk radio callers screamed about curfews. Newspapers plastered his tuxedoed corpse on front pages in lurid detail. Social feeds overflowed with theories that the Nightfall Killer was punishing elites, exposing corruption, or enacting divine justice. By 9 a.m., protesters had gathered outside City Hall. Some carried candles and prayed for the victims. Others held up poster boards shaped like index cards. The riddles scrawled in black ink. "Justice is silent. We are the jury." 2 crowds stood shoulder to shoulder, one in mourning, the other in admiration, and the line between them blurred dangerously. The commissioner's phone didn't stop ringing. Every council member, every corporate donor, every media outlet wanted the same thing: reassurance. Instead, what the city got was a shaky press briefing. "We are allocating every resource," the commissioner declared, sweat glinting on his forehead. "We are coordinating with federal partners. The Nightfall Killer will be caught." Reporters shouted questions. Why all elites? Are these victims symbols? Is he exposing their secrets? The commissioner's voice broke with frustration. He is not a teacher. He is a murderer. But the soundbite landed flat. To many, the killer had already become both. Inside the task force room, exhaustion had sunk into the bones of every detective. The board was full. Ulrich the banker, Park the compliance officer, Dalrymple the philanthropist, Vaughn the CEO. 4 victims in as many weeks. 4 living captives, each bound to scenes they couldn't remember. 4 riddles that mocked them. Mariah Sloane rubbed at her temples, eyes on the evidence wall. We're not solving a case, she said quietly. We're chasing performances. Evan Mercer tossed a report onto the table. And he's directing the crowd better than we are. Every scene is a lesson, every riddle a headline. He doesn't need us, he has the city. Mariah turned to him, her voice hard. Then we don't feed it. No leaks, no riddles in the press. He wants theater. We give him silence. But silence was a luxury they couldn't keep. And false leads poured in like a flood. A concierge anesthetist, recently fired, matched the profile on paper: medical knowledge, access to sedatives, arrogant behavior. For 24 hours, the task force chased him, pulling flight records, interrogating colleagues. By the next morning, it fell apart. His alibis were airtight, his timeline incompatible. He fit the costume but missed every stage cue. Then came a theology student who had posted online essays about purifying hypocrisy. Vigilantes online swore he was the killer. Detectives tracked him to a dorm room littered with books and empty ramen cups. He wept under the fluorescent light. Confused and terrified. A zealot of words, not deeds. Another dead end. Every false suspect drained morale further. Each wasted hour was another invitation for the killer to strike again. Meanwhile, the political pressure reached a fever pitch. City council members shouted in closed chambers. One demanded curfews. Another wanted elite families placed under protective detail. A third warned of economic collapse if CEOs believed they were targets. Mariah and Mercer were dragged into those meetings, forced to defend their investigation against leaders more concerned with optics than truth. You can't stand here and tell us you have no suspect, a counselor snapped. Mariah answered, voice steady but cold. Would you rather we arrest the wrong man to make you feel safer? Because the killer would love that. The room fell silent. For a brief moment, Mariah saw respect in their eyes. Then fear returned, and fear always demanded faster answers than evidence could give. On the streets, fear manifested as chaos. In one neighborhood, a man bolted into traffic because he thought he heard humming behind him. In another, a woman refused to enter her own apartment because a dripping pipe echoed like water from the crime scenes. Every sound, the drip of water, the creak of steps, the peel of an orange, became part of the killer's symphony. Mercer muttered after a long day of reports. He doesn't even need to strike. He's already everywhere, in every sound, every silence. Mariah stared at the board, her jaw tight. Then we remind ourselves he's still one man. One man makes mistakes. The task force tried desperately to find them. They combed through supply chains again. Who ordered antiseptic compounds? Who purchased nylon cord in bulk? Who rented short-term apartments that reeked of citrus? Leads blurred into each other. Vendors said the same words. We supply dozens of clinics. We don't track clients. One night, Mercer slammed his fist into the table. It's like chasing a ghost. Mariah didn't flinch. Ghosts don't cut throats. He's flesh and blood. which means he leaves traces. We just haven't seen them yet. But the killer didn't let them forget who was in control. At 3 a.m., a plain envelope was delivered to the precinct. Inside was a single index card, perfectly clean. Intermission. Mercer read it aloud, his voice a growl. He thinks this is a play. He thinks we're waiting for the curtain to rise again. Mariah pinned it to the board, refusing to let her hands shake. Then we wait differently, not as an audience, as hunters. The next morning, the commissioner summoned them. His voice was hoarse with anger. The mayor wants arrests. The public wants names. I don't care how many doors you have to break down. Bring me a suspect. Mercer shot back. We're not breaking doors just to drag the wrong man out. Then you'll be replaced by people who will, the commissioner warned. Mariah stepped forward, her eyes locked on his. Replacing us won't stop him. He'll keep killing until we learn the pattern he's writing. And when we do, we'll end it. But not before. The commissioner's glare faltered. He left without another word. By week's end, the detectives were fraying. The board grew heavier with photos and notes, a visual weight pressing down on everyone. But amid the exhaustion, something sharper began to take shape. Mariah circled the victims' faces again. Ulrich, finance; Park, compliance; Dalrymple, philanthropy; Vaughn, corporate power. He's cutting down pillars, she said softly. He's teaching us to watch our guardians fall. Mercer leaned back, his eyes dark. And the city is applauding him for it. Mariah didn't answer. She was staring at the empty space on the board, the gap that waited for the next victim. Because she knew, with the kind of certainty that hurt to admit, that another stage was already being built. Another chair was being bolted to the floor. Another captive was losing their name. And when the curtain rose again, the city would learn a new riddle it never wanted to hear. By the end of the week, the precinct felt like a bunker under siege. The phones never stopped ringing. Tips, threats, confessions, theories. Every caller wanted to be part of the story, and every call wasted the seconds the detectives needed most. Mercer tossed another stack of credible leads onto the growing pile. A barber who swears his neighbor hums in the shower. A cab driver who thinks his passenger smelled like lemons. A conspiracy nut claiming the riddles come from a secret government program. His voice cracked into bitter laughter. We're drowning in ghosts. Mariah didn't look up from the board. Her marker hovered over Richard Vaughn's photo, circling it again and again until the paper tore. Somewhere in this noise, he's hiding his footsteps. That's the trick. He knows we can't chase everything. The political pressure became unbearable. City Hall demanded twice daily briefings. Councilors leaned on the commissioner leaned on the detectives. The mayor hinted at bringing in outside contractors when specialists who promised results for the right price. At one meeting, a council member pointed at Mariah directly. Why is it that every week brings a body, yet you can't even name the suspect? Mariah's voice was steady, though inside her chest felt like glass about to crack. Because naming the wrong man would be a gift to the killer. He thrives on mistakes. We won't give him one. The room erupted in protests. Some wanted curfews, others wanted checkpoints. One demanded elite neighborhoods be locked down entirely. Mercer whispered to Mariah on their way out. They're building a cage for the city while the killer walks free. The media stormed ahead of them. Commentators argued on prime time about whether the killer was a terrorist, a prophet, or a genius exposing hypocrisy. A late-night host held up an index card and made jokes about grading on a curve. Protesters filled the streets. Some knelt with candles, murmuring prayers. Others shouted slogans from the riddles. A new chant spread. Truth in silence. Silence in truth. Mariah watched it all with a sinking stomach. He doesn't just have an audience, he has disciples. Mercer scowled. And disciples are harder to fight than murderers. False suspects kept coming. A data analyst who blogged about moral philosophy was arrested after neighbors claimed he prowled at night. Hours later, he was cleared. He'd been on a video call during one murder. A disgraced surgeon matched the profile on paper. Access to scalpels, bitter about his career. But his alibis placed him across the country during 2 of the murders. A doomsday preacher claimed responsibility, saying he had cut down hypocrisy with holy blades. But he couldn't name a single detail from the crime scenes. He was a scavenger, feeding on terror. Each dead end chipped away at the team's resolve. Each false arrest made the city trust them less. Inside the task force, exhaustion showed in every face. Analysts slept at their desks. Officers barked at each other over minor mistakes. One detective handed in her badge, saying she couldn't take the pressure. Mariah refused to bend. She lived in the war room, tracing connections until her hands ached. Vaughn's widow's words haunted her. He vanished sometimes, came back calm, like he had reset. Park's sister had said something similar. Dalrymple's widow, too. Each family used a different word, but the shape was the same. The victims were hiding secret struggles, and yet none of those secrets had names attached. None pointed to a face, only shadows. One night, Mercer slammed his fist against the wall. We're treating him like he's a goddamn ghost. He's not. He's a man. He buys supplies, he eats, he breathes. So where the hell is he? Mariah didn't answer. She was staring at the index card pinned last. Intermission. The word gnawed at her. Intermission meant a pause, not an end. It meant he had already written the second act. The public had turned restless. Calls flooded the department demanding transparency. "Why aren't you releasing the riddles?" one man shouted in a voicemail. "We have a right to know what he's teaching." Another caller demanded the city give the killer a platform. Maybe he's right. Maybe elites need to fall. At the same time, elites demanded protection. CEOs threatened to move headquarters out of the city. Philanthropists pulled funding from hospitals and schools. Lawyers filed lawsuits against the city for failure to provide safety. The killer had done more than cut throats. He had cut the city into factions. At 3 a.m, another package arrived. A plain box, no return address. Inside, a bundle of blank index cards, identical to those at the scenes. On top, one card bore writing, "The lecture will resume when the audience is ready." Mercer stared at it, his face pale. He's mocking us. He knows the city is tearing itself apart. Mariah pinned it to the board. Then we stopped listening to the lecture. We build the walls tighter. No more leaks. No more riddles in the press. If he wants an audience, he won't get it from us. But she knew it was too late. Outside, crowds were already chanting the new line. The lecture will resume. By week's end, the detectives were little more than shadows of themselves. The killer hadn't struck again, but the pause felt worse than action. The city waited for the next curtain to rise, and the anticipation was suffocating. Mercer slumped in his chair, staring at the evidence board. We're not hunting him. He's hunting time, and he knows we can't hold our breath forever. Mariah stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the empty space, waiting for another photograph. "Then we don't hold our breath," she said quietly. "We fight the silence. Even if the city won't see it, we will." But in her chest, She felt the truth settle like ice. The killer wasn't pausing. He was preparing. And when the curtain rose again, they would have to sit in the front row whether they wanted to or not. The intermission stretched on like a rope pulled taut. No body appeared. No captive was discovered. No riddle was staged in a ballroom or theater. Yet the city trembled as if the killer had struck every night. His silence was more oppressive than his murders. Talk shows filled the void. Analysts speculated endlessly. Perhaps the killings are over, one insisted. Maybe he's satisfied. Another countered, no, intermission means Act 2 is coming. Polls showed nearly a third of the city believed the killer was exposing hypocrisy, not terrorizing it. Mariah Sloane watched the debates in muted silence. The killer had stolen the city's breath and turned it into conversation. Inside the task force room, exhaustion became hostility. Detectives snapped at one another. Analysts cursed at jammed printers. Officers drank coffee like medicine. Every false lead felt like salt rubbed into open wounds. A new suspect emerged, a disgruntled chemist dismissed from a research lab for erratic behavior. He had knowledge of sedatives, a history of grievances, and even a collection of philosophy books. On paper, he looked perfect. For 3 days, the task force tailed him, combed through his records, and interrogated colleagues. In the end, he cracked, not as a killer, but as a lonely man who had built a fantasy of being important. His tears under questioning revealed the truth. He wanted to be feared, but he hadn't killed anyone. Mercer slammed the file shut. He's not our man. Just another parasite who wants the stage lights. Mariah exhaled slowly. The real one doesn't want to be feared. He wants to be studied. There's a difference. The commissioner's fury only grew. He burst into the war room, waving headlines. Task force chasing shadows. False arrests shake public trust. His voice shook with rage. You're feeding the killer exactly what he wants, spectacle and failure. Get results or get out. Mercer's patience snapped. We don't conjure results because you want them. We find evidence. Evidence takes time. The commissioner jabbed a finger at him. Time is blood in this city. He stormed out, slamming the door so hard the glass rattled. Mariah closed her eyes briefly. He's right, Evan. Time is blood. We're bleeding out. Public frenzy reached a breaking point. One evening, protesters stormed a downtown intersection chanting riddles like scripture. Police clashed with them when bottles were thrown. Tear gas clouded the streets. Later, media anchors replayed the footage on a loop, framing it as the city tearing itself apart under the weight of silence. At the same time, elites retreated into bunkers of security. CEOs canceled public appearances. Judges traveled with bodyguards. Philanthropists shut down galas. The upper tier of the city no longer moved freely. The killer had accomplished what no policy or protest had. He had caged the powerful in their own fear. Back in the ward, the John Does became symbols of a different kind of silence. John Doe 1 rocked endlessly, repeating fragments of water and humming. John Doe 2 tried to sing a tune he couldn't hold, breaking into sobs each time. John Doe 3 had stopped speaking altogether, staring at walls as though waiting for instructions. John Doe 4 begged nurses to let me forget properly. Mariah stood by their bedsides in rotation, feeling their silence as heavier than corpses. He didn't just erase memory, she whispered to Mercer one night. He erased testimony. He turned people into empty books. Mercer stared at the trembling forms through the glass. Then every page he leaves blank is part of the story. As days passed with no new murder, paranoia blossomed. A man was beaten in the subway because he whistled a tune that resembled humming. A janitor was reported for carrying lemon-scented wipes. Even the smell of citrus became enough to make people cross the street. The killer had become an invisible presence, everywhere and nowhere. Mariah's own mind began to fray. She dreamed of index cards falling like snow, covering her until she couldn't breathe. She woke gasping in her apartment, staring at the skyline with dread. Each sunrise felt like an omen. Mercer wasn't faring better. He grew short-tempered, barking at analysts, pacing like a caged animal. He confided one night, "I keep thinking we're already inside his riddle. Every move we make is part of it. What if there is no solution?" Mariah grabbed his arm, steadying him. "Then we write our own ending. We refuse to play his script." But refusal meant little when the city demanded spectacle. The killer's silence became a drumbeat that no one could ignore. The public counted days like a clock. How long until the next act? What form would it take? The answer never came, until a new card arrived. It was delivered not in an envelope, but slipped into the commissioner's personal car, left on the dashboard. The ink was clean, the words precise. When the curtain rises again, the pillars will tremble. The commissioner turned pale. He's threatening more elites. Mariah pinned the card to the board, her hand steady though her pulse was racing. Not threatening, promising. The detectives knew then that the pause was ending. The intermission was almost over. The next act was coming, and it would not be subtle. Mercer whispered into the heavy silence of the war room. "He's setting the stage, and we're sitting in the front row." Mariah's jaw tightened. "Then we don't blink when the curtain rises." She stared at the board, at the empty space waiting for the next photograph, and knew with certainty the Nightfall Killer was about to return. The pause ended with the creak of oak doors. On a cold Monday morning, a janitor unlocked the law library of the county courthouse. The building was empty, the marble halls still echoing with night. He pushed the doors wide and froze. The air was sharp with lemon antiseptic. Candles guttered in the drafts from broken windows. And at the center of the vast room, beneath shelves of dusty case law, sat a man in a judge's robe. His head bowed, his hands bound with braided cord, his throat opened in the same precise cut the city had come to dread. Judge Harold Keating. Pinned to a stack of law reports at his feet was an index card, elegant handwriting angled like scripture. What law binds silence when silence is the crime? The janitor staggered back, bile rising, and dialed 911 with trembling hands. Mariah Sloan and Evan Mercer arrived minutes later. The courthouse steps swarmed with uniforms, their boots clicking too loudly in the chamber of death. The scene was theater again. Keating's body was arranged in his chair as though presiding over an invisible trial. Beside him, another chair held a living man bound at the wrists and ankles. His clothes were rumpled, his mouth gagged with silk, his eyes darting wildly. John Doe 5. Mariah knelt, untying the gag. "You're safe," she whispered. "Can you tell me your name?" The man's lips trembled. No name, only fragments. Orange, steps, humming, water dripping. I don't know." His voice cracked. He shook his head, tears streaking his face. "I can't remember. I'm sorry." The apology hit Mariah like a blade. Every John Doe said the same words. Sorry, as if forgetting was their crime. Forensics moved with clinical precision. The ropes, the antiseptic, the placement of cards, all identical to prior scenes. But here the symbolism cut deeper. Mercer studied the law library shelves towering over the body. He's mocking justice. A judge in a chair, law books at his feet, silenced in death. He's saying the law itself can't speak. Mariah's eyes narrowed. And the captive? A witness who can't testify. He's staging a trial where every side is mute. By afternoon, the courthouse steps were flooded with cameras. Headlines blared across screens. Judge executed in his own court. Analysts called it the boldest strike yet. If the first murders had seemed like attacks on individuals, this was something larger. An attack on the law itself. Mariah watched the coverage from the precinct. Protesters chanted outside the courthouse, waving index cards with the riddle scrawled in ink. What law binds silence when silence is the crime? The words spread like wildfire. The killer had handed the city a slogan again, and the city carried it proudly, even in grief. In the war room, the detectives pinned Keating's photo beside the others. 5 faces now, 5 pillars fallen. Ulrich, finance. Park, compliance. Dalrymple, philanthropy. Vaughn, corporate governance. Keating, law itself. Mariah traced a line under them. He's cutting down every foundation we're supposed to trust. Finance, corporate power, charity, the law. Each one staged like a symbol. Mercer rubbed his temples. And every time he leaves us a living witness who can't speak, it's cruelty disguised as theater. Mariah's voice hardened. Not disguised, declared. He's teaching us that silence itself is the verdict. The commissioner barged in during their briefing, face pale. Do you know what this means? He snapped. He killed a judge in his own courthouse. The city will think no one is safe, not even justice itself. Mercer shot back. Because no one is. That's the point. The commissioner's voice shook. The governor is demanding federal oversight. If we don't produce a suspect soon, we'll be sidelined. Mariah met his eyes. Then give us time instead of ultimatums, or you'll be attending more funerals. That night, they met Keating's widow. She clutched a rosary with trembling hands, her voice breaking. He couldn't sleep at night. He carried guilt. He worried he'd passed sentences he couldn't justify. She looked away, ashamed, but he never sought help. He said a judge can't admit weakness. Mercer exchanged a glance with Mariah. The pattern was undeniable now. Each victim had carried hidden trauma, secret therapy, or whispered guilt, all of it locked away. Mariah asked gently, did he ever vanish? For hours, with no explanation? Her eyes filled with tears. Yes, and when he returned, he was calmer, like something had been lifted. But he would never tell me where he went. Mariah wrote the word reset in her notebook again. It was no longer coincidence. In the secure ward, John Doe 5 was admitted to the same wing as the others. Nurses strapped him gently, speaking softly, but his mind was fog. Orange. Water. Humming, he repeated. I don't know. I don't know. Mariah sat at his bedside. You don't have to remember right now, she whispered. We'll hold the memory for you. But the truth was heavier. Every John Doe was proof not of survival, but of stolen testimony. They lived, but they could not speak. They breathed, but their words had been erased. By week's end, the city felt like it was unraveling. Judges demanded escorts to and from court. Lawyers refused to hold late hearings. The governor announced a task force review. Newspapers ran editorials with headlines like, "When law itself bleeds, who holds the knife?" Mercer paced the war room, staring at the board. He's dismantling the pillars, one by one. What's left? What's left to strike? Mariah's gaze hardened. Whatever it is, he's already chosen it. She turned back to the board, 5 faces staring back, 5 riddles mocking them, 5 witnesses who could not testify. The Nightfall Killer had turned the city into a silent courtroom, and the trial was far from over. The courthouse murder broke something in the city that none of the earlier killings had. When a banker died, people said it was money. When a compliance officer fell, they whispered about corruption. When a philanthropist bled out in a theater, they blamed hypocrisy. When a CEO collapsed in a ballroom, they muttered about greed. But a judge, slain in his own courthouse, surrounded by law books, shook even the most hardened cynics. If justice itself could be cut open and silenced, then what hope did anyone have? The morning after, every television carried the same headline: "Justice Executed." Newspapers ran photos of the courthouse steps stained with crime scene tape. Analysts debated endlessly. Was Keating chosen for his rulings, his power, his secrets? Others asked a darker question. If even a judge can't stand, who can? In neighborhoods across the city, fear turned brittle. Schools closed early, courtrooms postponed hearings, juries demanded additional security. Even the smallest courtroom clerks requested escorts home. The Nightfall Killer had proven he could walk into the temple of law and leave it bleeding. Inside the precinct, the task force was unraveling. Mercer slammed a stack of files onto the table. 5 murders, 5 captives, and we're no closer to naming him than day 1. His voice was raw, the edge of fatigue cutting deep. Mariah kept her eyes on the board. 5 victims pinned in a row: Ulrich, Park, Dalrymple, Vaughn, Keating. Beneath each, the phrases whispered by the captives, scrawled in marker: orange, humming, water, steps. They're not random, she murmured. They're fragments. He leaves them with scraps like breadcrumbs, but never enough to follow. Mercer rubbed his temples. Scraps don't win trials. They win wars, Mariah said sharply, if we can piece them together. John Doe 5 was no different from the others. Doctors tried sedatives, hypnosis, even exposure therapy. Nothing restored his memory. He woke trembling, muttered fragments, apologized for forgetting, and begged to go back to sleep. Mariah visited him late one evening, sitting beside his bed in the quiet ward. His eyes flicked toward her, wild and confused. "Do you remember where you were before the courthouse?" she asked softly. I don't know." Tears slipped down his cheeks. "I shouldn't remember. I'm not supposed to." Mariah leaned closer. "Not supposed to by who?" His lips quivered. Silence. Then a sob. Mariah left the room with her chest aching. These men weren't survivors. They were hostages to silence. The commissioner's fury boiled into panic. At a closed briefing, he threw a folder across the table. The governor wants federal oversight, the council wants military patrols, the mayor wants a suspect on camera. I don't care if you pull a magician out of a hat, produce results. Mariah held his glare. You think we don't want results? You think we're enjoying watching bodies pile up? Enjoyment isn't the issue, the commissioner snapped. Survival is. Mercer's voice broke through, low and cutting. Survival doesn't come from press conferences. It comes from catching him. Let us work. The commissioner stormed out, leaving silence in his wake. And the protests grew larger. One march carried banners of the riddles themselves, painted in black across white sheets. What law binds silence when silence is the crime? They chanted it until their voices cracked. Another rally demanded justice for the victims. They held candles, photographs of Ulrich, Park, Dalrymple, Vaughn, and Keating. The two groups collided in the streets, shouting at each other. "He's a murderer. He's a prophet." Police waded into the chaos, batons raised, sirens screaming. Mariah watched the footage on a news feed, her stomach twisting. "He's split the city. Half of them fear him, half of them worship him." Mercer's jaw tightened. "And both sides keep him alive." Late that night, Mariah sat alone in the war room, staring at the board. Her marker hovered over the word reset, written under every victim's photo. Each family had used a different word, but the story was the same. Secret struggles, vanished hours, unexplained calm after storms. They all sought help, she whispered, but help in places no one else knew about. She pulled the photos closer together. Banker, compliance officer, philanthropist, CEO, judge. Each elite, each guilty in their own ways, each desperate enough to bury their trauma where no one would see. Mercer entered quietly, coffee in hand. "You're still here." "So are you," she replied without looking up. He set the cup beside her. "You think the key is the John Does, don't you?" "They're the living thread," Mariah said. "The only ones who touched him and lived, even if they don't remember." Mercer sat heavily. "Then the killer is daring us to find a witness who can't speak. It's impossible." Mariah's eyes stayed hard. "Then we make the impossible possible." 3 days later, another package arrived. Plain brown wrapping, no return address. Inside, a single card. "Every witness must forget, or the trial cannot proceed." The room went silent. The detectives exchanged glances. "He's taunting us," Mercer muttered. "He knows the John Does are our only hope." Mariah pinned the card to the board, her hand steady. "Then he just told us where to look harder." But the harder they looked, the clearer it became. Every John Doe was a mirror reflecting the same emptiness. Every survivor carried only fragments, dripping water, humming, orange, pieces that felt tantalizingly close to a truth but refused to lock into place. Mariah pressed her palms against the board, fighting the weight pressing down on her chest. "He thinks silence is unbreakable. That memory erased is memory lost forever." Mercer's voice was grim. "Maybe he's right." Mariah turned toward him, eyes burning. "Then we prove him wrong." Outside, the city shuddered. Judges refused to sit without escorts. Courtrooms emptied. Law itself felt like a fragile thing. And somewhere in the dark, the Nightfall Killer smiled, knowing that the pillars of the city were still falling, one by one. The courthouse killing did more than shake the city. It hollowed it. For the first time, ordinary people stopped believing the system would protect them. If a judge could be executed in the temple of law, then the scales were already broken. Mariah Sloan felt the fracture every time she walked through the precinct lobby. Citizens pressed against the front desk, shouting, demanding answers. "Who's next? Where is Safe? Why aren't you stopping him?" The officers at reception looked as worn as the detectives, their patience thin to threads. Inside the task force room, the mood was worse. 5 victims pinned to the board. 5 riddles stacked like scripture. 5 John Does muttering fragments in sterile hospital rooms. Evan Mercer stood at the evidence wall, eyes bloodshot. "We're running in circles," he muttered. 5 bodies, 5 survivors, 5 riddles, and nothing. He could kill again tomorrow and we'd still be debating philosophy. Mariah didn't argue. She was too tired, too hollow. "Then we stop debating," she said quietly. "We start listening." Listening meant hours in the ward, sitting with the John Does as they repeated their fractured refrains. John Doe 1 rocked in his chair, whispering about water dripping on stone. John Doe 2 hummed tunelessly, breaking into sobs when the melody slipped away. John Doe 3 stared at the ceiling, lips moving with silent words. John Doe 4 apologized over and over. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. John Doe 5 shook with terror, insisting, I shouldn't remember. They were alive, but each carried a silence heavier than death. Mariah pressed her palm against the glass of the observation window. He hasn't just stolen their memories. He's stolen their voices. Mercer stood beside her, his arms crossed tight. They're not witnesses, they're warnings. Every one of them says the same thing. We can't win. Mariah turned, eyes burning. Then we make them witnesses anyway, even if all they give us are fragments. But fragments weren't enough for the commissioner, or the governor, or the screaming city. At another closed briefing, the commissioner's voice was ragged with fury. You're telling me 5 survivors can't give you a single lead? Not a face, not a place, not a clue? Mercer shot back. Because their memories were erased. That's the whole point. Then find a way to unerase them, the commissioner shouted. Because if another body shows up, it won't just be your jobs on the line. It'll be this city's sanity. The room fell silent. The pressure was crushing, relentless, and growing heavier by the hour. Meanwhile, the media twisted the silence of the John Does into spectacle. One tabloid ran a cover story. Ghost witnesses, what the survivors know. Another speculated that the men were actors planted by the killer himself. Talk shows debated whether memory erasure was real or staged. Mariah watched the footage in disgust. They're treating them like sideshow exhibits. They don't see that these men are victims. Mercer's jaw clenched. The city doesn't want victims. It wants villains or heroes, nothing in between. At night, Mariah lay awake, her mind replaying the muttered fragments. Water, orange, humming steps. She scribbled them in her notebook, arranging and rearranging them like puzzle pieces that refused to fit. Water. Was it a drip in a basement? A leak in a pipe? A sound machine? Orange. A peel? A scent? A light? Humming? A lullaby? A machine? A voice? Steps? A stairwell? A hallway? A corridor? Each word was a door half open, but every time she tried to walk through, she hit a wall. And the protests didn't stop. They grew louder, angrier, more divided. One night, 2 groups clashed outside the courthouse, mourners carrying candles and supporters carrying index cards. Shouts turned to fists. Police moved in with shields. The footage flooded the news, anchors calling it the city on trial. Mariah and Mercer watched from the task force room, silent. The killer didn't need to stage a new scene. The city was doing it for him. He's turned us into actors, Mercer muttered. Every move we make, every word we say, it's his theater. Mariah shook her head. Then we change the script. We look where he doesn't want us to look. But where was that? Forensics combed the courthouse scene again and again. The antiseptic, the cords, the cards, nothing new. The same props, the same playbook. The killer was meticulous, leaving only riddles as breadcrumbs. One technician whispered, "He's too perfect, no one's this clean." Mariah corrected him softly, "Not clean, prepared. Every scene is a rehearsal, he's already practiced." The word stuck with her, rehearsal. She wrote it in her notebook beside the fragments. Water, orange, humming, steps, rehearsal. Her pen pressed harder, the ink bleeding. He's rehearsing something bigger. In the ward, John Doe 5 began to speak more often, though his words were no clearer. Orange peel, bitter, then sweet. He repeated it until his throat went raw. Mariah leaned close. "Do you remember where you tasted it?" He blinked, confused. No, I'm not supposed to. The phrase sent chills down her spine. Not supposed to. Mercer pulled her aside. They're not just victims, they're puppets. He's programming them. Mariah shook her head. No. Puppets can't cry. These men know they've lost something. That means it's still there. We just don't know how to reach it. The killer's silence stretched on, and the city's panic deepened. But Mariah knew the truth. This wasn't silence. It was breath before a scream. On the board, 5 victims stared back. 5 elites, 5 institutions dismantled, 5 John Does trembling in their silence. Mercer whispered into the quiet room. He's not done. He's never done. Mariah's jaw tightened. No. The curtain's about to rise again. The war room looked like an autopsy of the city itself. 5 victims pinned across the board, each a pillar carved out of society. Ulrich, Park, Dalrymple, Vaughn, Keating. Beneath them, 5 John Does whispering the same fragments into sterile air. 5 riddles stacked like scripture, but for the first time a thread began to appear. It was an intern who found it buried in a banker's box of files seized from Elena Park's apartment. She had been meticulous in life, a compliance officer who documented everything. Her calendars were stacked in neat piles coated with meetings, lunches, depositions. Most were ordinary, but one fragment torn at the edge survived like a whisper through fire. Tuesday, 7:40 p.m., Dr. A. The intern circled it in red and slid it across the table. Mariah Sloane stared at the letters, her pulse quickening. Dr. A, she whispered. Evan Mercer leaned in. Could be anyone. Accountant, advisor, attorney. Mariah shook her head. No. Look at the time. After work. Private. Hidden. She didn't even write the full name. Mercer's jaw clenched. A doctor she didn't want people to know about. Mariah pinned the fragment to the board, the ink sharp against the mess of riddles. We've been chasing riddles. Maybe the answer's been locked behind doors the whole time. But the commissioner wasn't impressed. At the next briefing, he slammed the calendar fragment onto the table. This is your big lead? 2 letters and a torn page? Mariah held his glare. It's more than riddles on index cards. It's concrete. It ties a victim to someone real. The commissioner sneered. Dr. A who? Dr. A nothing until you have a name. Mercer muttered, We'll find it. But the commissioner was already turning away. You'd better, because the governor is tired of excuses, and so am I. That same week, the federal profiler arrived. His name was Daniel Horwitz, a man with sharp suits and sharper words. He introduced himself with the air of someone who already knew the ending. This is ritualistic, he announced during his first briefing. A control fantasy. He's staging philosophy to mask sadism. He's not a genius. He's a narcissist with props. Mercer folded his arms, unimpressed. And your profile gets us where exactly? Horwitz smiled thinly. Profiles narrow the field, Mariah cut in. Profiles waste time when the killer already knows we're chasing shadows. Horwitz raised an eyebrow, clearly unused to resistance. You're too close. You're romanticizing him. Step back and you'll see he's just another predator. Mariah bit back her anger. The man had parachuted into their war without bleeding a drop, and he wanted to rewrite the script. Still, the profiler's presence added confusion. He pushed for suspects that didn't fit, demanded the team pursue psychological archetypes, and slowed the momentum they had finally begun to build. Meanwhile, Mariah dug deeper into the calendar fragment. She traced Park's phone records, her credit card bills, her rideshare logs. One line appeared again and again, Payments routed through shell companies labeled wellness retreats, mindful horizons, reset clinics. Each one was faceless, designed to disappear. But together they painted a picture. Elena Park had sought help she didn't want anyone to know about. Mercer followed the trail into Richard Vaughn's records. He found similar charges hidden under consulting fees and foundation donations. Dalrymple's foundation books contained the same pattern. Even Judge Keating, so careful in public, had left behind transfers to anonymous wellness brokers. They all went somewhere, Mercer said grimly, laying the receipts across the table. They all sought resets. Mariah tapped the calendar fragment. And Elena wrote down a name, Dr. A. That night, Mariah stared at the board long after the others had left. Her marker hovered over the names, the fragments, the receipts. She whispered aloud as though testing the words. Dr. A, whoever you are, you sat with them. You listened to them, you knew their secrets. She drew a circle around the fragment. The first concrete clue that pointed not to riddles but to a person. For the first time, suspicion felt like gravity. But suspicion wasn't proof, and the killer knew how to play with shadows. At dawn, a new card arrived, delivered not to the precinct, but slipped into the profiler's hotel room. On his nightstand, propped against the lamp, the elegant handwriting mocked them again. Profiles flatter shadows, not men. Horwitz nearly choked with rage. He's watching me. He's mocking me. Mercer smirked without humor. Welcome to the stage. Mariah pinned the card beside the calendar fragment. The board was shifting, and for the first time it pointed not just to victims, but to someone who might still be alive, still walking the same streets, still guiding them from behind a mask. The fragment of Elena Park's calendar burned like a coal on the evidence board. 2 letters, 1 time, 1 night, Dr. A. It was fragile, incomplete, but it was the first clue that felt less like poetry and more like fact. Mariah Sloane leaned over the board late into the night, her pen scratching as she pulled lines from one victim to another. Ulrich, Dalrymple, Vaughn, Keating. They all had shadow payments labeled as wellness, reset, consulting, each routed through shell companies, each untraceable at first glance. Mercer came in with 2 coffees, setting one down beside her. You're still at it, Mariah nodded. They all went somewhere. They all paid someone. And Elena Park wrote it down. She tapped the fragment. Tuesday, 7:40 p.m., Dr. A. Mercer rubbed his jaw. And we still don't know who the hell that is. The next morning, federal profiler Daniel Horwitz swept into the war room with the confidence of a man who had never questioned himself. He eyed the board, saw the calendar fragment pinned above the riddles, and smirked. You're chasing initials, he said. Classic cognitive bias. You see 2 letters and suddenly they're a compass. Could be anything. Could be anyone. Don't let desperation make you superstitious. Mercer bristled. Better superstition than chasing archetypes that don't exist. Horwitz ignored him. This is a power control offender. He's building ritual to establish dominance. Forget this Dr. A nonsense. Look for loners, men with failed authority fantasies, men who wanted to teach and couldn't. Mariah clenched her jaw. And what about the receipts, the shell transfers, the retreats? That's not fantasy, that's logistics. Horwitz chuckled softly. Victims with money waste money. You're spinning coincidence into conspiracy. But the task force followed the money anyway. A junior analyst traced one shell company, Mindful Horizons LLC, back to a mailbox store 2 towns over. Another Haven Reset group routed through a law firm specializing in corporate anonymity. The paper trail was labyrinthine, designed to vanish into shadows. Still, patterns emerged. The victims weren't just elites, they were elites hiding fractures, anxiety, guilt, insomnia, nightmares. Each of them sought help, but not from hospitals, not from clinics, from something discreet, hidden, and expensive. Mariah stared at the trail of names. These aren't random spas or retreats, they're fronts. Places that sell silence, Mercer added grimly. And someone was behind those doors when they confessed. That night, Mariah sat alone with Elena Park's fragment again. Tuesday, 7:40 p.m., Dr. A. The time haunted her. Too late for a normal appointment, too precise for chance. Who met a doctor at 7:40 p.m.? Only someone who didn't want to be seen. She whispered into the quiet room. You trusted him with your secrets, and he turned them into your death. The profiler, meanwhile, doubled down. He called press contacts off record, whispering that the task force was obsessed with fantasy doctors. When the rumor hit the commissioner's desk, he summoned Mariah and Mercer. You're wasting time on initials, he thundered. We're losing public trust by the hour. Horwitz says you're stuck in tunnels. He says you're ignoring the obvious. Mercer snapped. The obvious? That a guy with candles and index cards just floats through walls? We're following money. We're following real people. That's not a tunnel, that's a road. Mariah stood tall. If you want us to chase ghosts, keep listening to Horwitz. If you want us to stop the killer, let us follow where the victims went. The commissioner's face hardened, but he said nothing. Silence was permission enough. Days blurred into each other. New fragments surfaced. Vaughn's secretary admitted she booked private sessions under the guise of board meetings. Dalrymple's chauffeur remembered dropping him at an address that no longer existed, a townhouse stripped to the studs. Keating's widow confessed that her husband sometimes came home with small puncture marks on his arm, as if he'd had blood taken. Every confession deepened the pattern. They all sought someone hidden, someone trusted. Mercer laid the new notes across the table. Every victim whispered in the same confessional, and none of their families knew. Mariah tapped the board where Elena Park's calendar fragment hung. Dr. A, whoever he is, he holds every secret. That evening, a new message arrived. Not to the precinct this time, but slipped under the door of the profiler's hotel room for the second time. Horwitz stormed into the war room, face red, waving the card. He's targeting me now. He knows I'm close. Mariah took the card from his hand. The elegant handwriting mocked them again. Profiles flatter shadows, secrets flatter truth. Mercer smirked coldly. He's not targeting you. He's laughing at you. Horwitz bristled, humiliated. You think you're better at this than I am? Mariah didn't blink. No. I think he's better at mocking you than listening to us. The tension in the room was suffocating. The profiler pacing, Mercer snarling, analysts overworked, and Mariah clinging to the only thread that felt real. She stood before the board, her voice steady. 5 victims, 5 resets, 5 secrets buried in hidden sessions. And Elena Park wrote down a name. That's not coincidence. That's a map. And I don't care if it's incomplete, we follow it. For the first time in weeks, the war room fell silent in agreement. Mariah circled the fragment in thick black ink. Dr. A, she whispered, whoever you are, you're the lock. And when we find the key, the doors will open. For the war room had grown into a maze of receipts, maps, and red ink. Every wall carried fragments of lives, therapy payments hidden as consulting fees, rideshare logs ending at phantom addresses, fragments of journals that whispered about resets. The deeper they dug, the clearer it became. Each victim had sought help in the shadows, behind doors no one else was meant to see. And behind those doors was someone who listened, someone who knew. Mariah Sloane stood before the board, pointing at the calendar fragment again. Tuesday, 7:40 p.m., Dr. A. Elena Park didn't write riddles. She didn't leave philosophy. She left a schedule. This is the first concrete lead any of them gave us. Evan Mercer nodded grimly. And every trail we chase circles back to the same thing. Anonymous wellness brokers, retreats that don't exist. Payments scrubbed through shells. Whoever Dr. A is, he's at the center of it. Across the room, profiler Daniel Horwitz scoffed. You're seeing what you want to see. Rich people throw money at spas, gurus, retreats. It's coincidence, not conspiracy. Mercer rounded on him. Coincidence doesn't cut throats. Horwitz smirked. Neither do initials. You're gambling everything on a torn calendar page. That's desperation, not detection. Mariah cut in before Mercer could explode. We're gambling nothing. We're connecting dots, and you're dismissing the only solid link we've got. The commissioner wasn't helping. At the latest briefing, he leaned toward the task force with eyes like knives. The governor wants answers. Not initials, not guesses, answers. And if you can't deliver, I'll replace you with people who can. Mariah forced her voice to remain calm. You want arrests? Fine. We can grab another false suspect and parade him for the cameras, but the real killer will still be out there building his next stage. Mercer added, his voice like gravel. And when the curtain rises again, the blood will be on your hands, not ours. The commissioner's face flushed, but he didn't reply. That night, Mariah and Mercer met with a former driver who had worked for Richard Vaughn. The man was nervous, chain-smoking as he spoke. Sometimes I dropped him at a townhouse in the East End, he said. Place didn't look like much, no sign, no lights. He'd be inside for hours, came out calmer, like he'd emptied something. Where is it now? Mariah asked. The driver shook his head. Gone. Boarded up. Like it was never there. Mercer exchanged a glance with Mariah. Another door locked. Another trail erased. Meanwhile, the John Does remained in their fog. Doctors tried new therapies, but the results were the same. Fragments, fear, apologies. John Doe 5 whispered again and again. Orange peel, bitter, then sweet. Mariah pressed gently. Who gave it to you? Where were you? His eyes filled with tears. I'm not supposed to know. Mercer watched through the glass, fists clenched. He didn't just erase them, he conditioned them, programmed them not to remember. Mariah nodded slowly, which means their silence isn't an accident. It's a command. Days bled together. The task force worked without rest, combing through every shadow of the victims' private lives. And always Horwitz circled them like a vulture, sneering at their efforts. This isn't psychology, he said one evening, watching Mariah string receipts on the board. It's paranoia. You're so desperate for a villain, you'll invent one. Mariah turned on him, eyes cold. Better to invent one than to ignore the one standing in front of us. Horwitz laughed. You think Dr. A is your boogeyman? Newsflash. Boogeymen don't exist. Mercer snapped. And yet 5 men are dead, 5 more are broken, and you're telling us not to believe in monsters. The room went quiet. The only sound was the hum of the fluorescent lights. That same night, another card arrived. Not to the precinct, not to the profiler's hotel. It was delivered directly to the task force war room, slipped under the door while they were inside. Mariah bent to pick it up, her pulse racing. The handwriting was elegant as ever. When you seek doors, remember, locks flatter the key. Mercer read it aloud, his voice grim. He knows we're chasing him through doors. Horwitz smirked. See? He's mocking you. You're predictable. Mariah pinned the card to the board beside Elena Park's fragment. No, he's confirming we're close. He knows we're looking in the right places, and he's nervous enough to mock us for it. The next day, a breakthrough nearly surfaced. An analyst uncovered a payment from Judge Keating routed through one of the shell companies. The destination, a clinic that claimed to specialize in neural resets. The clinic's address, vacant, demolished last year. Mariah stared at the report. They're burning the trail as fast as we find it, Mercer muttered, which means someone alive is managing the cleanup. The pressure finally boiled over in the war room. Horwitz slammed a folder onto the table. You're chasing fantasies, a shadow doctor, secret clinics, erased memories. It's all theatrics. He's just a sadist with candles. Mercer's fist crashed onto the table. Shut up, just shut up. You think this is theatrics? Tell that to the 5 men lying cold in the morgue. Tell it to the 5 captives who can't remember their own names. Horwitz sneered. You're emotional. That's why you're failing. Mariah's voice sliced through the argument. We're failing because we keep listening to the wrong teachers. She pinned the calendar fragment again, her hand trembling but steady. This is real. These retreats were real. Someone behind those doors knew them, and that someone is our killer. The room fell silent. Even Horwitz had no reply. By nightfall, the board glowed under fluorescent lights. Victims, riddles, receipts, fragments, and at the center of it all, 2 words scrawled in Elena Park's hand. Dr. A. Mariah whispered to herself, barely audible. We're circling him. We just don't know his name yet. Mercer placed a hand on her shoulder. When we do, the doors will open. But deep down, Mariah knew the truth. When those doors opened, what they found would change everything. In the lead came from the unlikeliest place, a janitor's logbook. He was a retiree who had worked at St. Augustine's Hospital before it shut down 5 years earlier. The building had been condemned, its upper floors stripped for salvage, its lower ones forgotten. But while cleaning out his attic, the old man found a keyring marked Sub-Basement North Wing. When detectives asked what it unlocked, he shivered. Corridors no one used. We sealed them off after a flood. Too expensive to fix, but I remember the smell, bleach and lemon, always lemon. Mariah Sloane's pulse quickened. Citrus. 2 nights later, she and Evan Mercer stood outside the abandoned hospital, their flashlights cutting through the mist. The building loomed like a mausoleum, its windows dark, its walls streaked with age. The doors groaned as they pushed inside. The air was thick with dust and silence. Paint peeled in sheets from the walls and graffiti sprawled across long-forgotten hallways. Their footsteps echoed against tile, the sound swallowed by empty wards. North Wing, Mercer murmured, consulting the faded blueprint. They descended stairwells slick with damp. The deeper they went, the stronger the smell became. Not the rot of mold, but something sharper, cleaner, artificial. Citrus antiseptic. Mariah's throat tightened. He's been here. At the bottom of the stairs, the key turned smoothly in a rusted lock. The door opened into a corridor that felt less like a hospital and more like a stage. The hallway stretched long and narrow, its walls lined with chalk markings. Numbers, symbols, equations, some scrawled in haste, others etched with deliberate precision. Straps hung from metal rails bolted into the walls. Chairs sat scattered, their legs scarred by repeated restraints. On the floor, syringes lay in a neat row, each labeled with black marker. JD1, JD2, JD3, JD4, JD5. Mariah crouched, her gloved fingers trembling as she traced the letters. John does. He brought them here. Mercer's face was gray. This is where he erased them. The air buzzed with silence. They moved carefully, documenting every inch. Cameras clicked, evidence bags filled. But the corridor was more than evidence. It was revelation. Mariah studied the chalk equations, not random. Notes on dosages, timing sequences, phrases like short-term suppression and memory threshold. She whispered, "This wasn't chaos. It was rehearsal. Every murder scene we've seen, he practiced it here first." Mercer swept his flashlight across the wall. The riddles, the chairs, the bindings, he perfected it here before stepping into the city. At the far end of the corridor, a table waited. On it, another index card stood propped against a jar of antiseptic. The handwriting was as elegant as ever. When corridors end, doors open. Mariah's stomach turned. He's taunting us. Mercer shook his head. No, he's inviting us. He wants us to believe we're close. Mariah read the words again, her throat dry. Then the next door we open might be the one he's waiting behind. Forensics cataloged everything, the syringes, the chalk, the straps. But the corridor felt like a wound that wouldn't heal. Every step they took echoed with the ghost of the John Does, strapped and trembling, their memories siphoned away in silence. Mariah pressed her palm against the cold tile wall. He didn't just kill them. He rehearsed them. He rehearsed silence. Mercer stood beside her, his jaw set. And we're walking the same steps he did. We're inside his play now. When they emerged into the night, the hospital loomed behind them like a specter. Reporters swarmed, demanding answers. What did you find? Was it the killer's lair? Are you close? The commissioner tried to speak, but Mariah cut him off before he could spin a lie. We found proof, she told the cameras. Proof that he rehearsed this city's pain long before he inflicted it. The reporters erupted with questions, but Mariah walked past them, her heart pounding. She knew the killer would be watching. She wanted him to hear her words. Back in the war room, the corridor evidence covered the table. Photos of chalk markings, restraints, syringes labeled JD1 through JD5. The riddle card pinned in the center. When corridors end, doors open. Mercer muttered, He's telling us the act isn't over. He's telling us there's another door. Mariah stared at the card, her mind racing. Then we find it, before he opens it himself. But deep down, both detectives knew the truth. The killer had led them exactly where he wanted, and the next door they opened would not be his mistake. It would be his design. To the corridor was more than a crime scene. It was a confession written in chalk, straps, and syringes. Forensics moved through it like surgeons in a morgue, photographing every surface, bagging every trace. Their gloves dusted white with the powder of forgotten walls. Mariah Sloane stood in the middle of the long hallway, her breath shallow. Equations sprawled across the walls like scripture. Dosage levels, timing intervals, words half erased but still legible. Short-term suppression, induced fugue, post-hypnotic triggers. Mercer crouched by the syringes, each labeled with a trembling hand. JD1, JD2, JD3, JD4, JD5. The black ink was stark against the cloudy plastic. He whispered, It's like he cataloged them, not just captives, experiments. Mariah's throat tightened. No, not experiments. Rehearsals, he tested them here so the performance would be perfect outside. The chalk told the rest of the story. On one wall, someone had scrawled lines of poetry interlaced with dosage notes. When the mind forgets, the soul obeys. Beneath it, a formula for milligrams per kilogram. Mariah touched the edge of the writing with a gloved finger. He isn't just mocking us. He's building a theory of silence. Mercer straightened, his face pale. And he's proving it works. Back at the precinct, the evidence filled tables and screens. Analysts pieced together photos, chalk diagrams that resembled flowcharts of memory, lists of initials that matched none of the victims, and more syringes than anyone wanted to count. One technician pointed at the board. He was studying amnesia like it was math. He wasn't guessing. He was calculating. Mariah nodded grimly. Which means every John Doe's silence wasn't chance, it was engineered. The room fell quiet under the weight of her words. When the news broke, the city convulsed again. Headlines screamed, "Killer's lair discovered!" Reporters swarmed the hospital gates, snapping photos of police tape fluttering in the wind. Talk shows argued whether the corridor proved genius or madness. Some called it a laboratory, others a temple. Protesters gathered outside the condemned hospital, some chanting for justice, others raising index cards like relics. One network host put it bluntly, if he rehearsed here, then every killing was deliberate theater. The question isn't if he'll return, it's when the curtain rises again. Inside the ward, the John Does responded to the news in their fractured ways. John Doe, too, rocked harder, humming louder, as though echoes of the corridor reached his broken mind. John Doe 5 began muttering steps, 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 until nurses sedated him. Mariah stood behind the glass, fists pressed against the cold barrier. "They remember something," she whispered. The corridor woke it in them. Mercer's voice was grim. "And if they remember, so does he. He knows we're inside his memory now." At a late-night debrief, the commissioner slammed photos of the corridor onto the table. "The governor wants this on every channel. He says the public needs reassurance we've found the killer's base." Mariah shook her head fiercely. "No, it wasn't a base. It was rehearsal. He's done with it. It's a relic. If we treat it like victory, he'll hand us another corpse to remind us who's directing this show." Mercer added, "He wanted us to find it. He left riddles pointing here. This isn't triumph, it's bait." The commissioner's face hardened. "Then take the bait and pull him in." Mariah's voice dropped. "That's exactly what he wants." But even the task force couldn't ignore the pull of the corridor. They pored over every photo, every symbol, every note. One chalk diagram looked like a map, circles and arrows leading to nowhere. Another scrawl read, "Memory erased, guilt preserved." A phrase at the bottom of one wall chilled them most. "Silence is testimony." Mercer traced the photo with his finger. He's rewriting what it means to witness. He's making silence louder than words. Mariah pressed her palms to her eyes, and the city is listening. That evening, another card arrived, slipped under the precinct door. The handwriting was steady, elegant, precise. "When corridors end, doors open." The detectives gathered around it in silence. Mercer muttered, "It's the same phrase we found in the hospital. He's repeating it on purpose." Mariah stared at the words, her stomach turning. "He's telling us we're not done. The corridor was just one hallway. There are more doors. And he holds the keys." Sleep became impossible. Mariah dreamed of chalk diagrams covering her apartment walls, of syringes clattering across the floor, of voices whispering steps, orange, humming. She woke drenched in sweat, convinced she could hear dripping water somewhere in the darkness. Mercer confessed over coffee one morning, "I can't walk past stairwells anymore. Every creak sounds like him." Mariah gave a hollow laugh. "He's not in stairwells. He's in us. He's rehearsed us too." The city felt it as well. For the first time, elites canceled entire court sessions, corporate meetings, public galas. No one wanted to be the next symbol. But their absence only proved the killer's power. He had silenced the powerful without even lifting a knife. One editorial put it plainly. The Nightfall Killer doesn't just cut throats, he cuts voices, and the city obeys. In the war room, the evidence board sagged under its own weight. Victims, riddles, John Does. Now photos of the corridor, chalk scrawls, straps, syringes, the taunting card. Mariah stared at it all. Her hands clenched. We're not chasing him anymore. We're following the path he wrote for us. Every step, every corridor, he's guiding us. Mercer's voice was low, almost a growl. Then we stop following. Mariah's eyes lifted to his. No, we keep following, because at the end of this corridor is his door, and one day he'll have to open it. The discovery of the hospital corridor should have felt like progress. Instead, it felt like a trap. Everywhere Mariah Sloan turned, cameras shoved microphones toward her. Was this the killer's lair? Does the evidence prove he experimented on victims? How close are you to an arrest? She had no answers the public could accept. It was a rehearsal site, she told one reporter, a place where he practiced what he inflicted. But the words only fueled hysteria. Headlines screamed, "Killer practiced before performing." Talk shows replayed the phrase until it lost its meaning. Inside the precinct, the pressure doubled. The commissioner demanded updates hourly. The governor's office called daily, demanding public reassurance. The federal profiler gloated to anyone who would listen that the corridor was proof of ritual, nothing more. Mercer muttered under his breath, "They're so busy debating what it means they've forgotten who wrote it." Mariah didn't reply. She was staring at the board, at the photos of chalk equations and syringes, at the card that read, "When corridors end, doors open." The John Does responded to the discovery in ways no one expected. John Doe 1 began screaming at night, thrashing against restraints, shouting about dripping water. John Doe 2 hummed until his throat bled, the same broken tune over and over. John Doe 3 whispered equations in his sleep, numbers that matched the chalk on the hospital walls. John Doe 4 repeated a new phrase, "Don't open the door, don't open the door." John Doe 5 curled into himself, rocking, whispering, "Orange peel, bitter then sweet, don't remember, don't remember." Mariah watched from behind the glass, her chest heavy. "They're reliving it," she whispered. Being back in that corridor woke something they weren't supposed to feel. Mercer's jaw tightened. "And if fragments can come back, then maybe memories can too." Mariah shook her head. "Or maybe it only deepens the silence." Forensics gave them more than fragments. They matched the chalk to a rare brand of industrial marking used by architects. They identified the straps as repurposed surgical restraints from a discontinued line. The syringes had lot numbers, but the trail ended in bulk distributors serving dozens of clinics. Mariah slammed her fist against the table. "He left us just enough to chase, but never enough to catch." Mercer scowled. Because this wasn't just a lair, it was a lesson. He wanted us to see the process. He wanted us to feel how precise he is. Mariah whispered, "He's teaching us hopelessness." The profiler, Horwitz, made things worse. At a televised press briefing, he dismissed the corridor entirely. "This was theater," he said smoothly. "An abandoned hospital staged after the fact to make us believe in rituals. It's misdirection, not reality." The city seized on his words. Some citizens mocked the task force for falling into the killer's maze. Others accused police of fabricating the corridor to cover their failures. Mariah watched the coverage in fury. "He's not just failing us, he's feeding the killer's game," Mercer added darkly, "and the killer's laughing through every channel." That night another card arrived. It was slid under the precinct door during the chaos of shift change when half the unit was moving in and out. Mariah picked it up with gloved hands. The handwriting was elegant as ever. "Corridors teach patience. Doors teach truth." Mercer read it aloud, then stared at the board. "He's telling us the next scene is already set." Mariah's throat tightened. "And when the door opens, it won't just be another body. It'll be something worse." The weight of the discovery gnawed at them in the quiet hours. Mariah sat in her apartment, staring at her notebook. The fragments haunted the page: water, orange, humming, steps, corridor, door. She tried to arrange them into meaning, but the pieces refused to fit. She whispered into the empty room, "What door? Where?" But the silence answered her with nothing but the memory of citrus. Mercer confessed over stale coffee the next morning. "I keep hearing footsteps at night. I live on the 10th floor, Mariah. There shouldn't be footsteps." Mariah's eyes met his. "He's inside us now. That's the point." The city spiraled further. Some citizens camped outside the abandoned hospital, treating it like a shrine. They lit candles, scribbled riddles on the walls, whispered prayers to a killer who had never shown his face. Others demanded it be demolished, screaming that its walls were cursed. When demolition crews arrived, protesters blocked the gates. They held up index cards that read, "Do not close the corridor. Doors must open." Mariah watched footage on the news, bile rising. "He doesn't even need to write the next riddle. They're writing it for him." In the war room, the atmosphere was suffocating. The board was bloated, overflowing, victims, riddles, John Does. Corridor photos. The new card: "Corridors teach patience. Doors teach truth." Mariah pressed her palms against the table, her voice low but steady. "We're not just chasing a killer. We're inside his script. Every step we take, he's already written." Mercer muttered. "Then the only way to beat him is to break the script." Mariah shook her head. "No, we keep following. Because at the end of this corridor, there's a door only he thinks he can open, and when it opens, we'll be waiting." But deep down, she felt the truth pressing against her ribs. The killer hadn't led them into the corridor to frighten them. He had led them there to prepare them, because the real performance hadn't even begun. The evidence from the corridor had sat heavy on the war room table for days. Photos of chalk diagrams, bags of syringes, straps stained with time, all cataloged, analyzed, and pinned. Yet for the first time, the fragments began to align. Mariah Sloane stood at the board, her voice low but firm. "He isn't flawless. He left mistakes, small ones, hidden, but there." Evan Mercer glanced up, skeptical. "You think the corridor was sloppy?" Mariah tapped a photo of the syringes. "Not sloppy, confident, but confidence makes cracks. Look here." The photo showed faint lot numbers stamped into the plastic barrels. Most were filed off, but under forensic light, fragments remained. "Our techs traced it. Bulk order routed through a shell distributor. From there, shipped to 4 facilities, 3 match public clinics. The 4th," she circled the entry, was signed out by a private wellness group, Mindful Horizons. Mercer's jaw tightened. Same name from the shell payments. Mariah nodded. It's not coincidence. We have a line. Another thread came from the chalk equations. A handwriting analyst had compared them to the index cards left at the crime scenes. The flow is different, the analyst said in briefing. But the pen pressure, the slant of certain letters, it's the same hand. One writer, two scripts. Horwitz scoffed from the corner. Handwriting is subjective. You're fitting evidence into your narrative. Mariah shot him a glare. Or maybe the narrative is finally fitting the evidence. The burner phone analysis came next. Cell towers had logged brief bursts of signals during the hours victims vanished. Disposable numbers active for less than an hour each. They triangulated to dead zones, alleys, abandoned lots, but the patterns overlapped. Mercer traced the map with his finger. He didn't call from nowhere. He called from places near the victims' resets. He was managing logistics in real time. Mariah leaned closer. And that means he carried phones, records, movement, flesh and blood. Not a ghost. The John Does added another fragment. Under controlled hypnosis, John Doe 3 muttered a new word. Lecture. Over and over, his lips shaping the syllables with trembling effort. Mariah crouched beside him. Who gave the lecture? Where? He shook his head violently, eyes wet. I can't, not supposed to. But the word lingered. Lecture. Another piece. Another echo of performance. Mercer whispered afterward. He conditioned them to forget, but cracks are forming. They're remembering words he didn't mean to leave behind. Forensics brought one more shard of progress. Residue scraped from the corridor walls contained trace compounds, sedatives mixed with citrus oil. A chemist explained, the oil masks the bitterness. Easier to administer without gagging. Mariah's stomach twisted. He didn't just erase memory, he made them swallow silence. The pressure from above didn't ease. The commissioner demanded proof, not fragments. I don't care about chalk dust and phone pings. Bring me a name. Mariah held his stare. We're close. The trail's pointing at someone who hid behind retreats, behind initials. Someone the victims all trusted. Then give me the name, the commissioner snapped. Mariah didn't say it aloud, but the name was already forming in her mind. Dr. A. That night, she and Mercer revisited old case files. Ulrich's journals mentioned sessions that left him lighter. Dalrymple's notes described guidance from someone who understood silence. Vaughn's burnt notebook had fragments about resets. Keating's widow admitted puncture marks. Mariah underlined every line. All of them went somewhere private. All of them trusted someone with their fractures, and that someone used those fractures against them. Mercer leaned back, his voice hard. And Elena Park wrote it down. Dr. A, the only victim who left us his shadow. The profiler refused to yield. At another meeting, he mocked the chain. Lot numbers, handwriting, phone towers, this is junk science. You're desperate to point the finger at a phantom doctor. The killer is an egotist with candles, not a clinician with charts. Mercer snapped, then why do the captives repeat fragments like case notes? Why are there syringes with initials? Why do the payments line up? Horwitz smirked. Because chaos looks like order when you're desperate. Mariah's voice cut through, steel under fire. Or maybe order looks like chaos when you refuse to see it. To that evening, another card arrived, slipped under the precinct door. Profiles fail. Evidence lies, only silence testifies. Mariah pinned it to the board beside the chalk equations. For the first time, she didn't feel mocked. She felt proximity. She whispered, "You're running out of corridors." Mercer stood beside her, fists clenched. "And when the door opens, we'll be there." The board was no longer chaos. Victims, retreats, receipts, corridor evidence, phone pings, handwriting analysis, they all pointed toward one silhouette, the silhouette of someone who had listened to every secret, someone who had turned confession into execution, someone who still walked freely, advising the task force, wearing the mask of healer. And though they couldn't name him yet, Mariah felt the weight of it pressing down like a storm. The killer was no longer a shadow. He was a man. The war room buzzed with a different kind of energy now. Not the frantic scatter of chasing riddles, not the despair of endless false suspects, but the slow burn of threads finally tying together. Each photo, each receipt, each scribbled note began to feel less like fragments and more like pieces of a map. Mariah Sloan traced the board with her finger. Lot numbers, chalk handwriting, burner phones, retreat receipts. Every line we pull tightens the circle. Whoever Dr. A is, he isn't untouchable anymore. Evan Mercer leaned against the table, his voice low. Then why does it still feel like he's leading us? Mariah glanced at the newest card pinned dead center. Profiles fail. Evidence lies. Only silence testifies. The words seemed to echo in the room. Because he wants us to doubt the very evidence we're building. He's trying to cut the rope before we tie the knot. The next break came from an unexpected place, Richard Vaughn's estate. His widow had finally allowed a deeper search of his study after days of resistance. Hidden in a locked drawer, they found a slim folder marked only with initials. Inside were patient notes, clinical in tone, detached in voice, observations about anxiety spikes, suppressed guilt, behavioral resets. Each page signed with the same initial at the bottom corner. A. Mercer flipped through the file, his knuckles whitening. These aren't just notes, these are therapy records. Mariah scanned the handwriting. It wasn't the looping elegance of the riddles, but the clinical scrawl of someone trained. And Vaughn kept them, which means he knew someone was keeping files on him. He just didn't want anyone else to see. They bagged the folder, their hands trembling. Another thread, another weight. A similar discovery surfaced days later in Dalrymple's foundation office. Behind a false panel in his desk, investigators found a box of envelopes, each containing slips of paper with short notes. Reset achieved. Suppression stable. Tuesday follow-up, all signed with the same single initial. Mariah whispered, he wasn't just keeping secrets, he was keeping receipts of his own silence. Mercer muttered, and whoever wrote them knew exactly how to hide behind shadows. At the same time, the burner phone trail grew sharper. Forensic techs triangulated pings from 3 of the phones used near victim abductions. 2 overlapped with neighborhoods tied to the wellness brokers. The third connected to a tower less than a block from the psychiatrist's downtown office, a respected figure often consulted by law enforcement itself. Mariah stared at the map, her chest tight. He's hiding in plain sight, Mercer frowned, and he's been advising us from the start. But suspicion wasn't proof, and proof was what the commissioner demanded. At the next closed-door briefing, the commissioner leaned across the table, his eyes bloodshot. You're circling a psychiatrist, a man with credentials, reputation, and federal clearance. Do you understand what happens if you're wrong? Mercer's voice was iron. Do you understand what happens if we're right and we keep pretending he's helping us? The commissioner slammed his fist on the table. I want more than shadows. Bring me something I can put in front of a judge. Until then, he's not your suspect, he's your consultant. The irony burned like acid. And that night they met him again. The psychiatrist sat across from them in his pristine office, walls lined with books, certificates framed in oak. He listened to their theories with patient eyes, nodding thoughtfully, asking careful questions. Memory suppression, he mused as though considering it for the first time. Possible in theory, rare in practice. But if your killer has found a method, he is formidable. Mariah studied his face, searching for cracks. His tone was calm, his body language open, but every word was a mirror, reflecting their own fears back at them. Do you think he's a clinician? She asked carefully. The psychiatrist tilted his head. Perhaps. Or perhaps he only pretends to be. Sometimes performance is enough. Mercer's jaw clenched. And what kind of man performs with corpses? The psychiatrist's eyes flickered just for a moment. Then the calm returned. One who wishes to be understood, and one who enjoys being misunderstood even more. They left with more questions than answers. Back in the ward, the John Does grew restless. John Doe 3 whispered lecture again, louder this time, until nurses restrained him. John Doe 4 begged, "Don't open the door," over and over. Mariah sat by his bedside, her voice steady but soft. "Who told you not to open it?" His eyes filled with tears. The man, with the voice that made me forget. Mercer's fists tightened at his sides. He's real. They remember pieces, they just can't put them together. Mariah nodded slowly. But we can. Another file surfaced, this time in Judge Keating's home. Hidden in a locked briefcase was a case folder not from his court but about himself. Notes on insomnia, notes on panic attacks, notes on guilt from past rulings, each page clinical, each signed A. Mariah's hands shook as she turned the pages. He wrote everything down, every confession, every fracture. Mercer's face was grim, and he turned those fractures into knives. The profiler, Horwitz, mocked the discoveries. Patient files? Convenient. Anyone could have planted them. You're letting your obsession with Dr. A blind you. Mariah snapped. Then explain the signatures, the handwriting, the overlaps in payments, the burner phone near his office. Horwitz smirked. Circumstantial, all of it. You want a villain, so you've built one. But villains don't leave receipts. Mercer growled, No. But egotists do. They want their brilliance preserved. That evening, another card arrived. Not to the precinct this time, but slipped under Mariah's own apartment door. Her heart froze as she bent to pick it up. The handwriting was perfect, mocking, intimate. Therapy is trust, and trust is fatal. She pinned it to the board the next morning, her hands trembling. He knows we're close. He's warning us or daring us. Mercer's eyes were hard. Then we stop being patients. We stop trusting. The task force pressed harder. Analysts compared the handwriting in the patient files to the chalk equations, the index cards, and the notes in Vaughn's burnt notebook. The slant, the spacing, the pressure, it was the same. Not similar, identical. Mariah circled the comparison reports in red. One hand wrote every page. One man carried every secret. Mercer added, and he sat across from us with calm eyes and clean hands. The commissioner resisted until the last moment. You're pointing at a man who's consulted on half this city's high-profile cases. He's trusted, respected. You bring me this chain and it collapses under scrutiny, you'll bury us all. Mariah's voice was sharp. or we let him keep burying victims until the city has no pillars left. That night, Mariah couldn't sleep. She sat with her notebook, scribbling fragments: water, orange, humming, steps, lecture, corridor, door. She stared at the list until dawn. Each word was a riddle, but together they formed a map. And at the center of the map was a name she still couldn't write, but she could feel it pressing against the page, waiting. When she arrived at the precinct, Mercer was already there, pale and sleepless. He laid a report on the table. We got the tower dump from the burner phones. One of them connected to a cell near his office not once, but 3 times. All nights, victims vanished. Mariah's chest tightened. It's him. Mercer's eyes darkened. Then we stopped pretending he's helping us. We stopped letting him write the script. Mariah pinned the report to the board, her hand steady. We're almost there. The corridor led us to the door. Now we find the key. The board loomed over them, heavy with names and riddles. And though the killer still walked freely, advising them with calm words and polished charm, the walls were closing in. For the first time, the detectives weren't just chasing shadows, they were chasing a man. And he was running out of places to hide. The war room had never been so silent. The board was full, every square of cork swallowed by photographs, files, maps, scribbled notes, and index cards. The chalk diagrams from the corridor, the syringes with lot numbers. The burner phone pings triangulated near the psychiatrist's office, the patient files hidden in homes. The single initials, A, scrawled like a signature across every fragment. Mariah Sloane stood in front of it all, her voice low but unwavering. We've been chasing riddles for months. But this isn't philosophy anymore, this is evidence, and every line points to him. Evan Mercer leaned forward, his knuckles pressed white against the table. Then why are we still calling him consultant instead of suspect? The commissioner's silence was heavy. He rubbed at his temple, eyes tired, jaw set. Because suspicion isn't proof. And until you put handcuffs on him with something that sticks in court, he's still the man I call when the governor wants a quote. Mercer's voice was a growl. While he writes riddles in chalk and leaves bodies in chairs. That afternoon, the psychiatrist sat across from them again, as calm as ever. His office smelled faintly of lemon polish, the shelves lined with orderly books. I hear you've made progress, he said, his voice patient, almost encouraging. The corridor, the files, how fascinating. You must feel you're close. Mariah studied him carefully. Closer than we've ever been. His lips curved slightly. And yet, not close enough. Or else you wouldn't still be here asking me what I think. Mercer's fists clenched under the table. What do you think, doctor? The psychiatrist steepled his fingers. I think you're dancing, and the killer is conducting the music. That's what terrifies you most. Not that he kills, but that he makes you move. Mariah's eyes narrowed. Funny. That sounds less like advice and more like pride. For the first time, his gaze flickered. Not fear, not guilt, something else. Recognition. Back at the precinct, the evidence tightened. Forensic handwriting analysis confirmed that the patient note signed A matched the chalk equations from the corridor. The angle of the strokes, the looping of the A, the peculiar way the writer crossed his T's. It's the same hand, the analyst said firmly. Different styles, same man. Mercer slammed his fist against the table. He left his signature on everything, and we never saw it. Mariah whispered. We saw it. We just didn't want to believe it. Another analyst traced the sedative residue found in the corridor. The compound wasn't standard, it was a custom mix, rare in clinical practice. The order was routed through a pharmaceutical supplier that listed only a handful of private practices as clients. One of those practices belonged to their consultant. Mariah held the report in her hands, her chest heavy. He didn't just advise us on the case, he ordered the silence himself. The burner phone trail provided another nail. A technician mapped the tower hits again, highlighting 3 spikes within blocks of the psychiatrist's office. The dates aligned perfectly with the nights Ulrich, Park, and Vaughn had disappeared. Mercer leaned over the map, his voice harsh. Every time a victim vanished, he was within reach. Mariah's jaw tightened. He wasn't just near the stage. He was backstage, pulling the curtains. In the John Does added their own broken testimony. Under gentle hypnosis, John Doe 5 repeated the word voice, again and again. The voice told me. Forget. The voice told me. Silence. Mariah crouched beside him. Was it the same voice who asked questions here? His eyes widened in fear. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. Mercer whispered, he recognizes him. Even without memory, he knows. Still, the psychiatrist played his role in public. At the next joint briefing, he stood beside the commissioner, calm and polished, delivering lines that made the city lean closer to their screens. The killer is meticulous, he told reporters. He studies, he rehearses, but meticulous men always crave acknowledgement. That will be his undoing. Mariah watched him, bile rising. He was acknowledging himself wrapped in riddles, and no one else saw it. That night, another card arrived. Delivered not to the precinct, not to her apartment, but placed carefully on the windshield of her car. Mariah unfolded it under the fluorescent light of the parking garage. The handwriting was elegant, the ink dark and steady. Keys are trust, locks are fear, doors are choice. She stared at the words until Mercer found her, his voice sharp. What is it this time? She handed it to him without speaking, his jaw clenched as he read. He's circling us. He knows we're onto him. Mariah whispered, or he knows we're still afraid to open the door. The commissioner resisted the shift until the chain was undeniable. The patient files, the lot numbers, the burner phone towers, the handwriting, the sedatives. Mariah laid them out in sequence during the next closed briefing, her voice unshaking. Every victim sought hidden therapy. Every file bore his hand. Every payment routed to his front. Every phone ping circled his office. The chalk, the notes, the syringes, they all lead here. She paused, then said the name aloud for the first time. The commissioner's face went pale. Silence filled the room. Mercer added quietly, the man we've been calling consultant is the one writing the riddles. He's been with us every step, watching us trip over his clues. Afterward, Mariah sat alone in the war room, staring at the board. The psychiatrist's photo now pinned beside the victim's. The symmetry was cruel. They had invited him in, trusted his guidance, leaned on his words, while he carved the city apart. Mercer entered quietly, setting a file on the table. You're right. He's not flawless. He's slipped. Mariah opened the file. Inside was a security log from a wellness broker's office. Digital access codes tied to key cards. One of the entries matched the psychiatrist's ID, time-stamped 3 days before Elena Park vanished. Her breath caught. Proof, not circumstantial concrete. She looked at Mercer. We have him. The mask began to slip in their next meeting. He greeted them with his usual calm, but his eyes flickered more often now, his tone sharper. You seem tense, he said smoothly. Progress often breeds tension. Mariah studied him, unblinking. Progress breeds exposure. His lips twitched. Exposure is relative. A shadow remains even when the light shines. Mercer leaned forward, his voice low. And shadows vanish when the light moves closer. For a moment, silence hung between them. Then the psychiatrist smiled faintly, as if enjoying the game. Back at the precinct, Mariah pinned the latest proof to the board. The patient files, the lot numbers, the burner phone towers, the security log. Each piece forming a chain so tight it strangled doubt. She whispered, "No more corridors, no more riddles. We've opened the door." Mercer's voice was steady, final. "And when he walks through it, we'll be waiting." And the board glowed under fluorescent lights, the psychiatrist's face staring back at them. For the first time, the killer had a name they dared to say aloud. And though he still sat across from them in polished offices, still smiled in public briefings, still whispered advice as though he were their ally, his mask was cracking. The Nightfall Killer had been unmasked. Not in court, not in headlines, not yet. But in the silence of the war room, with evidence heavy as stone, the detectives knew the truth. The man they had trusted most was the monster who had rehearsed their nightmares. And the final act was about to begin. The city moved as if waiting for a verdict. Courts stalled, corporations froze, schools shortened hours. Every decision, every headline, every protest circled the same shadow, the Nightfall Killer. His riddles echoed across television, radio, and whispered conversations. People scrawled them on sidewalks, posted them on walls, shouted them in rallies. He had become less a man than a haunting, a voice filling silence. Mariah Sloane felt it in every step she took. Walking to the precinct was like wading through a theater crowd, all waiting for the curtain to rise. And deep inside, she knew he had planned it this way. The war room was filled with proof now. Patient files signed A. Syringes labeled JD15, chalk diagrams from the corridor. Burner phone towers circling his office. Access logs placing him near Elena Park before she vanished. The psychiatrist's photo stared down from the board, no longer a consultant, no longer an ally, only a predator wrapped in credibility. Mercer stood with his arms folded tight. "We have everything but the confession." Mariah shook her head. "We don't need his words, we need his mistake. One undeniable link that strips the mask completely." Mercer's voice was grim. "Men like him don't make mistakes." Mariah's gaze hardened. "Then we force one." The commissioner was still cautious, cornered between politics and fear. "Do you understand the risk?" he demanded in a briefing. "He's respected, he's published. He's trusted by half the courts in this state. You accuse him without airtight proof and the city burns." Mariah snapped back. "The city is already burning. Every night he isn't exposed is another spark." Mercer leaned forward, voice sharp. "You want airtight proof? Then let us confront him. Push him. Men like him slip when their pride is tested." The commissioner hesitated. Fear clouded his face. "If this backfires, you'll take the fall." Mariah didn't blink. "Then we'll take it, but he won't." That night, another card arrived, delivered not to the precinct, not to her apartment, but broadcasted. Across every major station, a pre-recorded video aired at midnight. A simple black screen. A single hand placing an index card in the center. Elegant handwriting in sharp white. "The lecture begins when silence ends. Are you listening?" The city erupted. Hashtags flooded feeds. Protesters filled the streets again. some demanding the killer's capture, others chanting his riddles as if they were scripture. Mariah watched the video in the precinct, bile rising in her throat. "He isn't hiding anymore. He's standing at the podium," Mercer muttered, "and the city is the audience." The John Does reacted violently. John Doe 3 screamed until sedation took him down. John Doe 4 clawed at his restraints, begging not to hear the lecture. John Doe 5 whispered through tears, "The voice. The voice is coming back." Mariah stood by their glass cells, her chest heavy. He's still in them. Even without memory, he's inside their silence. Mercer's fists clenched. Then this isn't just a case anymore. It's a war for their minds. And the profiler Horwitz, now marginalized, made one last attempt to discredit them. "You're blinded by obsession," he told the commissioner. "These detectives are inventing a villain out of their own fear. There is no proof this man is your killer." But the commissioner pushed back this time. He laid the files, the access logs, the chemical reports on the table. "There's enough proof to bury him, and if you can't see it, you've been blind since you got here." Horwitz left in silence, his arrogance finally stripped. The killer wasn't silent either. Another card arrived 2 nights later, hand-delivered to the war room under their very noses. It was pinned to the evidence board with a tack before anyone noticed. Mariah tore it free with gloved hands. The handwriting was elegant, mocking. "When truth speaks, no one listens. When silence speaks, everyone obeys." She read it aloud, her voice steady. "He's preparing his final lecture, and he wants the city silent when it ends." Mercer's eyes burned. "Then we don't let him finish." They began planning the confrontation. Forensic techs scoured every angle, building a chain of custody strong enough to withstand courtroom fire. Analysts tied payments to his shell companies. Agents traced burner phones to towers that pinged near his office during abductions. Doctors testified that the John Does displayed signs of induced fugue states, not natural trauma. But Mariah knew it wouldn't be enough, not until they pulled his mask off in front of him. She told Mercer one night, "Men like him don't break because of evidence. They break because someone refuses to play their game." Mercer's voice was steady. "Then we stopped listening to the lecture." The city was at its breaking point. Protesters clashed daily. Some carried candles for the victims, chanting their names. Others carried index cards, chanting riddles. Police barricades strained under the weight of fury and worship. News anchors leaned forward with grave voices. The killer has promised a lecture. The city waits for his next move. Mariah watched, exhausted. He doesn't need to promise. They're already listening. At late one night, as the task force pored over files, the psychiatrist himself arrived at the precinct. He walked into the war room without invitation, calm and smiling. "I heard you've made progress," he said lightly. "How fortunate. May I see?" Mariah's pulse spiked. She forced her face to remain still. "We're reviewing." He glanced at the board, at the web of strings and files and photos. His eyes lingered on his own picture pinned in the center. For the first time, his smile thinned. "Interesting choice of placement." Mercer stepped forward, his voice hard. "Interesting chain of evidence." The psychiatrist's gaze flicked to him, then back to Mariah. His voice was soft, measured. "Be careful. When you misplace trust, you misplace justice." Mariah met his stare without flinching. "Or maybe we finally placed it where it belongs." He studied her for a long moment, then turned and left, his steps unhurried. The war room sat in silence long after he was gone. That night, another broadcast aired. A voice, distorted but calm, filled screens across the city. You wanted truth, you wanted justice, but truth is fragile, and justice is a costume. I will show you both in silence. The lecture begins soon. The screen faded to black. The city erupted again. Mariah switched off the monitor, her hands steady though her heart pounded. He's staging his final act. Mercer's jaw tightened. Then we're staging ours. The board was full, the chain complete, the city ready. The curtain was rising. And the final lecture was about to begin. But the city didn't sleep anymore. Every night, television screens glowed with speculation, radios hummed with callers shouting theories, social feeds bled with photos of index cards scrawled in imitation of the killer's riddles. Crowds filled public squares, chanting by candlelight or rioting under floodlights. Police sirens never stopped. It was no longer a city under siege. It was a stage, and the man at its center was preparing his final lecture. Mariah Sloan watched the broadcasts from the war room, exhaustion pulling at her face. Clips replayed endlessly, the distorted voice, the black screen, the promise of a lecture. Protesters waved placards. Silence speaks. Trust the lecture. Evan Mercer muttered, half the city wants him caught. The other half wants front row seats. Mariah didn't take her eyes off the screen. That's the point. He doesn't need worship. He just needs an audience. And he's got millions. And the psychiatrist didn't hide. He attended public conferences, consulted for courts, and even walked into the precinct uninvited again. Always calm, always polished, always untouchable. At their next meeting, he sat across from them in the interrogation room, though technically he was still a consultant, not a suspect. I see the city is restless, he said, voice smooth as glass. They wait for truth, for revelation. Do you feel it too? Mariah studied him carefully. I feel the weight of silence. He smiled faintly. Then you're ready for the lecture. Mercer leaned forward, his tone like steel. And who delivers it, doctor? The psychiatrist's eyes flickered just for a breath, then calm returned. Perhaps we all do. Meanwhile, the task force worked in shifts, piecing together the final links. A handwriting analyst matched his scrawl to every fragment recovered. Identical. A pharmaceutical report traced the custom sedative directly to his license. Phone records placed his burner within range of every abduction. Patient files bore his signature, his words, his initials. The chain was closed, but they needed one last moment, one undeniable crack, to make the arrest unassailable. Mariah and Mercer built the trap together. They leaked carefully, an article hinting that investigators had identified a suspect among the city's most trusted advisors. A broadcast suggesting new forensic breakthroughs, a rumor that one of the John Does was regaining memory. The city devoured every word, and the killer would too. Mercer explained their plan late one night, his voice taut with fatigue. He'll try to silence us before we speak. He won't resist the urge to correct the narrative. That's when he'll slip. Mariah nodded. And when he does, we'll be waiting. The John Does stirred as if sensing the storm. John Doe 4 screamed for hours, shouting, "Don't open the door," until his throat bled. John Doe 5 whispered, "Orange peel, bitter, sweet. The voice is close, the voice is here." Mariah stood at the glass, her chest heavy. They feel it. They know the lecture is coming. Mercer's jaw tightened. Then we make sure it's the last one. Days later, the killer moved. Another broadcast hit the city at midnight. The screen was black, the voice distorted but calm. You've all been listening. You've all obeyed, but truth has one final act. The lecture begins tomorrow night. Doors will open, pillars will fall, and silence will teach what words never could. The message cut to black. The city convulsed, streets filled with chanting crowds, stores shuttered, schools locked their gates. Commentators speculated endlessly. What doors? What pillars? Where would the lecture be delivered? Mariah whispered, staring at the screen. He's staging the finale. Mercer's voice was grim. Then we stage ours. The trap was set. They traced his burner phone activity after the broadcast. Pings triangulated to a district on the city's east side, near the abandoned auditorium once used for civic lectures. It was perfect. A stage, a podium, an audience. Mariah stared at the map, her pulse racing. He's choosing a theater. He wants them watching, listening, obeying. Mercer nodded. Then we'll be in the audience too. And the commissioner, finally cornered, gave his reluctant blessing. You make this move, it has to be airtight. Cameras, recordings, chain of custody, no doubts. Mariah's reply was steady. There won't be. The night before the lecture, another card arrived. Not broadcasted, not mailed, hand-delivered to the precinct and placed directly on the war room table. The handwriting was elegant, the ink fresh. Final lessons are never given, they are taken. Mercer read it aloud, his voice cold. He knows we're closing in. Mariah pinned it to the board. Then tomorrow we take it from him. The city swelled with tension the next day. Protesters gathered outside the auditorium chanting riddles. Police barricades pressed back the crowd. Reporters shouted into cameras, speculating about what the lecture would reveal. Inside, the task force prepared. Cameras were hidden in rafters, officers disguised as stagehands, forensics ready with kits, every angle covered. Mariah stood in the wings of the stage, her heart pounding. The auditorium was a tomb of shadows, dust swirling in the spotlights. The podium stood center stage, bare but waiting. Mercer joined her, his expression carved from stone. You ready? Mariah's voice was quiet, steady. I've been ready since Ulrich. At 8:00 p.m., footsteps echoed. The psychiatrist walked onto the stage with unhurried grace. He wore his polished suit, his tie perfect, his expression calm. In his hand, a stack of index cards. He approached the podium, set the cards down, and looked into the empty hall as though it were filled with thousands. Mariah's breath caught. This was his lecture. His voice rang out, smooth and steady. Truth has always been fragile. You built your pillars on hypocrisy, guilt, silence. And so I showed you what silence means. I erased memory, I cut voices, I made you listen. His words echoed in the hollow chamber. Cameras captured every syllable. Mercer whispered, "We've got him." Mariah shook her head. "Not yet. Wait for the slip." The psychiatrist lifted one card from the stack. Elegant handwriting gleamed under the light. He read, Elena Park, Tuesday, 7:40 p.m. A woman of order undone by silence. Mariah's pulse spiked. He had spoken the calendar fragment aloud. Only investigators knew those words. She whispered, "There, that's it. He tied himself to evidence only we had." Mercer's voice was steady. Then the curtain falls. Officers moved in from the wings, weapons raised, badges flashing. The psychiatrist didn't flinch. He smiled faintly as though he had been waiting for this entrance. "Ah," he said softly, "the finale." Mariah stepped forward, her voice clear. Your lecture is over. His eyes glinted with amusement. No, detective, it's only beginning. The trap had sprung, and the final act was about to unfold. And the auditorium's air was electric, as though every seat were filled by the restless ghosts of the city. Dust motes swirled in the stage lights, dancing around the psychiatrist as he stood at the podium, index cards spread like scripture. Officers surged from the wings, weapons raised. Mariah Sloane stepped forward, her badge gleaming in the stark light. It's over, she said firmly. Step away from the podium. The psychiatrist smiled faintly, his voice calm. Over? Detective, you mistake an arrest for an ending, but endings are only choices in disguise. Evan Mercer's voice was iron. Choice is gone, Doctor. We've got your files, your lot numbers, your phone pings, your handwriting, your patients. You're finished. The psychiatrist tilted his head, amused. And yet here I stand, not hiding, not fleeing, teaching. Mariah moved closer, her words cutting like knives. Teaching silence? You strapped men to chairs and stole their memories. You killed 5 pillars of this city. You staged them as theater. And you left riddles to taunt us. That's not teaching. That's slaughter. His eyes glinted. And yet you listened. Everyone listened. You read my riddles like scripture. You built your entire investigation around my silence. If slaughter is theater, then perhaps theater is the only truth left. Mercer slammed a file onto the podium. Patient notes spilled across the wood, signed with the familiar initial. These are yours, your words, your handwriting. You didn't just guide their therapy. You orchestrated their deaths. The psychiatrist glanced at the papers, then back at Mercer. Handwriting is only symbols, interpretation is choice. Do you believe symbols or do you believe silence? Mariah stepped in, her voice sharp. We believe proof. Lot numbers traced to your license. Sedatives only your office ordered. Phone towers catching your burners near every abduction. You erased their voices, but you left your own footprints. For the first time, his smile thinned. He lifted one index card from his stack. The handwriting was elegant, familiar. He read it aloud, his tone almost reverent. Elena Park, Tuesday, 7:40 p.m., Dr. A. Mariah's pulse spiked. She stepped closer. That was her calendar. Only investigators knew about that entry. You just admitted you were her Dr. A. His eyes flickered. The mask cracked. Mercer's voice was low, steady. That's your mistake, Doctor. Pride. You couldn't resist quoting yourself. The auditorium held its breath. The psychiatrist exhaled slowly, then set the card down. His voice softened, almost wistful. Do you want to know why? Mariah didn't blink. Tell us. He looked past them into the empty seats as though addressing an unseen audience. When I was a boy, I lived in a house where noise was war. My father's rage, my mother's weeping, the neighbors shouting through the walls. Noise was chaos. It devoured me. I dreamed of silence, not the absence of sound, but the presence of order. He closed his eyes briefly. When I became a doctor, I found silence in patients. They came with guilt, secrets, shame. And when I took those secrets, when I erased their noise, they were calm. For the first time, I understood silence is purity. He opened his eyes again, gleaming with obsession. But society worships noise, money, power, law, hypocrisy, so I silenced them. I made the pillars fall. I showed you all the truth. Silence is stronger than words. Mariah's voice cut through his sermon. You silenced them because you enjoyed it, because their pain gave you control. His lips curved faintly. Enjoyment is just another word for understanding. Mercer's voice was raw. You weren't saving them, you were killing them. The psychiatrist straightened, his tone sharpening. Killing? No, I liberated them. I erased their noise. I made them testimonies of silence. And the city listened. Mariah stepped closer, her hand hovering near her cuffs. The lecture is over, you're under arrest. He chuckled softly. Arrest me? And what then? Parade me through courts built on noise? Sentence me in chambers echoing with lies? My silence will outlive your verdict. Mercer moved in, snapping the cuffs onto his wrists. Maybe, but you won't take another voice. The psychiatrist didn't resist. He lowered his head, almost in reverence, as though the act of restraint was part of his performance. The arrest hit the city like a storm, screens filled with his photo, headlines screaming, "Trusted psychiatrist unmasked as Nightfall Killer." Protesters outside the auditorium split into chaos, half cheering, half weeping, some tearing their index cards, others clutching them like holy texts. The commissioner declared victory on camera, his voice shaking with relief. The nightmare is over, justice has prevailed. But Mariah knew it wasn't that simple. The John Does remained broken. In the ward, they didn't cheer or mourn. They whispered fragments, hummed, rocked in their restraints. John Doe 5 muttered, "The voice is gone. The silence stays." Mariah stood at the glass, her chest heavy. Even with him in chains, they'll never be free. Mercer joined her, his eyes hollow. Because silence doesn't vanish when you cuff it. It lingers. In the days that followed, the psychiatrist gave no further statements. No confessions, no apologies. He sat in his cell with calm eyes, lips curved faintly as though the city itself were still listening. Mariah visited once, standing on the other side of the glass. "Why?" she asked. "Why them? Why those 5? He leaned forward, his voice soft. "Because they were pillars, and pillars fall hardest when silence strikes." Mariah's throat tightened. "You weren't teaching. You were destroying." He smiled faintly. "Destruction is only another word for truth." The trial would take months, maybe years. Appeals, procedures, motions. But in the war room, the board was finally clear. Victims, riddles, captives, corridor, files. All pinned beneath one face, the psychiatrist. Mariah stood in silence, the weight of it pressing on her chest. Mercer joined her, his voice low. "We closed the case, but it doesn't feel closed," she whispered. "Because silence never ends." On the night of his arrest, crowds gathered again outside the courthouse. Some chanted the victims' names, others whispered his riddles. Some wept, some cheered, some stood in stunned silence. The city had listened to his lecture, and even in chains, the echoes remained. Mariah walked home through empty streets, the night heavy around her. She passed walls still scrawled with his riddles, candles still burning at makeshift shrines. At her apartment, she opened her notebook. On the first page were the fragments she had scribbled months ago. Water, orange, humming, steps, corridor, door. She added one final word beneath them. Silence. She stared at it for a long time, then closed the notebook. Outside, the city breathed uneasily, caught between relief and haunting. The killer was unmasked, his lecture silenced. But in the weight of the night, Mariah knew the truth. Silence was still listening. Silence may have ended tonight, but the echoes of this story will follow you long after the screen goes dark. And remember, the most dangerous monsters are often the ones we trust the most. You've been listening to Dark Pulse. If this story kept you on the edge of your seat, Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more crime thrillers, murder mysteries, and psychological suspense stories. Tell us in the comments where and when you're watching and what part chilled you the most. Until next time, stay alert, stay safe, and never ignore the silence.